Okay. Actually, I am going to try and use this. Hello, everyone. I am fashionably late and I do apologize. Just give me 2 seconds. Let me get everything up and running. I am running fashionably late. Blessings, Johnny. Thank you for coming in. Oh, okay, good. I see hearts, which means that I'm live. Okay. All right. So whoever's in the audience, let me know if you're able to hear me clearly. Hopefully you can. Hi, I'm here just rearranging my daughter's room. Perfect. Can you hear me very well? Good. Hi, Dwayne. Thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I can't really see who's here and who is not. I hear you great. Perfect. I never had a time. I didn't have time to charge up my device today. So I was kind of hoping that it was good to go. Add. Oh, did it work? Perfect. Hi, Adventure Boss. How are you?
Boy,
Okay, so let me do my brief little introduction. I apologize. I apologize to you. I apologize to everybody here.
this
I
is
was
what I
running
look.
fashionably late today. I had a whole lot of stuff I had to do
The
today.
hell is up?
Um,
Yeah, it looks so funny on the screen.
this is new to you, huh? So just
Yeah,
quickly for
like
everybody
what?
coming in, welcome in. My name is Novelty, and this is Novelty's Corner. And what we have up here today is Adventure Boss. So we are going to be going over his content and everything he got going on over there, which we're going to get to in a brief moment. But before that, I just want to say thank you, everybody, for coming in. I am very happy to have you guys here. Welcome to Novelty's Corner, where we interview entrepreneurs, we interview gamers, and of course, we can't forget the creatives, because I mean, what would life be without the crafters? So, if you're into that, holla at me and get on up here. Come and tell your story. Get a whole new reach in front of a whole different audience, because that's what we all about. Now, to get started, we're going to have Adventure Boss just tell us briefly, very briefly, because remember, I do have questions for you. Tell us briefly about who you are and what you do.
Oh my, that's how the that's how the things going, and it just jump right in. Okay, I mean, okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me close my door. Shall I come in or come out? No, you continue. Sorry. My daughter was playing music, so I had to make sure I don't get no copyright strikes.
Okay, okay.
But you go ahead. Go ahead. Speak
Well,
to the
thank you,
people.
thank you, creativity. I appreciate you. Big up yourself, yeah, man. Um, okay, first of all, novelty. Wow, go on. Big up yourself, yes, novelty. Are you with that? Thank you very much for having me on the streamage. Um, well, me. What was the question again? Who am I? What do I do? What exactly was the question? What was the question?
Just a briefing of who you are and what your channel is about. A
Okay,
briefing. I always have everybody give a brief introduction of who you are before we get started with the questions, just to warm you up and warm the audience a little bit.
okay. I go by the name of the Raging B, Raging Busy Bull Buck Brown. As that's why sometimes you might hear novelty calling me Mr. Brown. Yes, I can. I go by Mr. Brown as well. I do a gaming channel. Um,
No, you go by Raging Brown, not Mr. Brown. Okay,
I, I'm saying it's legal. It's legal. You can, you know what I mean. I guess that's exclusively
it's only
reserved for
legal for
you.
me.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
continue.
Make it known. Yeah. So what I do. You see the problem is I don't want to get too winded or nothing like that. But I do a lot of things. I do a lot of things, and gaming just happens to be one of the avenues that I decided to veer off into, because gaming has always been a staple in my life. And even getting older, as you can see, I'm an old man now, you see it, but like unlike things like let's call it like sports, where obviously you can't do certain things as you get older and whatever, but you can still participate in sports, whether it be still playing games, pickup games, or even coaching, or those sorts of things. There's a different sort of like interaction that you have when in these two types of industries. But gaming has grown so much where people don't realize how big and encapsulating it is. So, of one of the things that I decided to embark on is gaming. Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I do.
okay.
Um, yeah, I
Well, I
don't
don't want
want
to
to.
stress you out too much trying to figure out what you need to say. So let me get right into the questions. And again, for anybody coming in, welcome to Novelty's Corner. This here is Adventure Bowls. I do apologize. I was very unprepared. Unprepared. I don't believe that I put your information in the description, but that will get done. But just for the
Yeah,
people
man,
that's
because you're
coming in,
there.
just give them a shout out and let them know what your channel name is, where they can find you.
Okay, okay. You didn't put the link in the thing. Eh? They are Kaibash. They are Kaibash the program. Okay. Well, Adventure Boss X is where you could find me, and Adventure Boss X on all the platforms and blah blah blah. Not all the platforms, but pretty much on enough of the platforms. Um, yeah, spelt like how it sounds. Adventure Boss X. There's nothing like there's nothing weird about it. Yeah, that's where you could find me. Yo, big up everybody in the chat. Wagwan, creativity, all even you too, Nightbot. Wait, there's so much creativity in the chat. I love that. Guide me and oh no, it's just guide me. Yo, I need to do like you right now, Novelty. I need my glasses. Backside.
Okay, so get your glasses if you want to get glasses, and then tell me when you're ready for the first question.
No, no, no. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh,
I don't need no glasses. I'm not that bad yet.
okay, so let's get into the first question. I'm here trying to if you see me looking away, I apologize. I'm trying to copy and paste your information so I could pin it.
It's all good. No, watch nothing.
So the first question that I have for you is what inspired you to start Adventure Boss X and share gaming content on YouTube?
Okay. Well, as I said, it's been a part of my life. Gaming. Um, there the there's so many various reasons what made me decide to start the channel. It, like it's kind of like a multi-layered cake to
Mhm.
try to explain it, but
Go
um
on, we have time. Take your
one
time.
one
Breathe in, breathe out, and answer the little question.
yeah. What made me decide to start the channel? Well, the thing is, people. Okay, I've been doing YouTube. I've been doing YouTube for a very very long time. Like, um, I was am still am a part of an entertainment company called Juice Entertainment, and we did nightlife entertainment in Toronto. And with that, what I did was I did a lot of creative marketing and put together a lot of like promotional videos and stuff like that, and that's what kind of got me introduced to YouTube. Now, I've always wanted to create things. Like, I consider myself a creationist, a creator per se. And so, continuing on in life, and as things evolve and happen, I've always wanted to do gaming. Now, before the pandemic and before streaming became like really really popular, I started to get wind of streaming, and I decided, hey, you know what? I actually want to do this because my type of personality, my type of being is one that's like, kind of quasi semi radio host, semi like DJ, entertain and talk to people and hype them up and those kind of things. And when it comes to gaming, it's
Hmm.
like this like the same thing. Um, when it comes to streaming games. So what I decided to do is bring back the kind of feeling of that the Saturday morning cartoons back in the day, or sitting around that everybody, the whole family, uncle, auntie, sisters, brothers, whatever, mom in the background, dad in the background doing whatever, and just that kind of family um smudge of everybody huddled around the TV playing video games. I remember like I have memories of like my brothers and my sisters and stuff were all sitting there playing like Mortal Kombat or Super Mario, all handing around a controller, taking turns. And for me, that was like that's like a very core staple memory where it 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 is a vibe, it's a real experience. And then growing up, when my nephew came into the scene, now me teaching him how to play Super Mario, that for till this day, it sticks with me, you know. And how we share that kind of thing. Now, fast forward to today, where there's a lot of online gaming, and there's a lot of uh, like co-op games and stuff like that. So you don't need to be in the same room. And with all this new technology and such, I started to realize, hey, you know what? I can actually do my best to translate that essence and that vibe, because I know for a fact there's a lot of people. The world is a very very big place, and there's a lot of people that would enjoy that experience that may not have got that experience before, that may have got that experience that want to relive it or want to join a community that shares that kind of vibe. Now that's just one sliver of my reason, really. And there's many other, as I mentioned before, there's many other reasons why I decided to start the channel, but that's one. I could name one, like, I can name a few. Like another, it was an excuse for me to practice speaking. Speaking on the fly, practice um it, it- getting the getting having upping my speech stats. I don't know, like
Right.
getting precision, word, like getting the precision right in my words and being able to communicate certain ideas uh, in front of an audience. Like if I was speaking one on one to somebody, I noticed that I'm able to communicate my thoughts much more effectively. But when it comes to suddenly speaking to a large audience, it's different. Now
Right.
online, it's even more different because you're by yourself. You're not seeing anybody. You're in front of screens and technology, and of the direction that the world is going. I realize that it's an actual skill to have, to be able to articulate things, and to be able to fill up dead space with commentary and excitement and entertainment and stuff. So I just decided, hey, you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna start this gaming channel, and ergo, here I am. And I'm not so bad either at gaming. So yeah,
Okay, that's awesome.
thank you.
Although, okay, I'll keep my commentary to myself.
No, you
You're
don't have
doing
to.
good. You're doing
You
good.
don't.
You're
You
doing
don't,
good. To sum up
your
what I was about to
commentary.
say,
No, I know. Yes, man. What do you mean by keep your commentary to yourself? Tell me.
I was just gonna say like the fact that like because I know a different side of you than your viewers and my viewers, right?
Mm.
So I know that for me, you're very talkative. But and yeah, right? For me, you're very talkative, but amongst other people and within your own little circle there, you're more like you're like this. You're People will think that you're so shy, right? So yeah, but then when you when you're playing your game, like it's still a different version of you, right? I feel like when you're playing your game, people get to see the version of you that I know because you come alive and you're more like, yeah, and da 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 da. And you know what I mean? You're not so reserved, you're not so shy, like, So that's what I was trying to say. Like you're coming along, you're doing your thing.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh,
going good.
thank you, thank you,
let
thank
me
you.
let me holler at some comments before I get to the next question. Okay, so creativity says cool, and she says maybe try to push out some bills. Okay, she's talking to another person. And then she says yes, that was way back in the day. And she says I was literally just about to say Mortal Kombat and Donkey Kong. And she says LOL. And then she said yes. So she's replying back to some of the stuff. Hey, poetic, how are you? Welcome in. And she says creative says yes, we all have many different versions. You can go ahead and say hi if you want to say hi.
Yeah, no, like I sometimes I want to be careful with like talking the same time that you're talking, because I noticed that the audio tends to do this, and I don't want to cancel out what you say and vice versa. So I'm just trying to. This is the first time I'm doing this. Like I didn't even know that you have to do it on your phone. Like is it some big like I don't know. Anyhow, yeah.
Yes.
Like what's all of this?
So on
Yo,
the side
what?
there, I'll make you explore that on your own. You can explore
I
while we
don't want to
talk.
explore it now. Next thing you know,
Just
I
don't
shake up the
explore
whole
the X
entire
button,
stream.
okay?
Just don't push the X.
Don't if you push the X, you out.
Okay.
You make your exit, but everything else on the side you could explore. The camera thing on there, you could if you press it, it's gonna turn off your camera. Then they
Mm,
also have some filters. They have the speaker, so you can mute your speaker or leave the speaker. And then the little arrow keys that look like this, the two arrow keys, those if you press it, it's gonna show the other side, the other angle of your camera, the back angle. And then
mm,
this is new. I see create highlights, so it will create a highlight from our conversation,
a
and
highlight.
then you could repost that. And
Yeah.
then the green screen is if you want to block out your background, and then the lighting, you could adjust the lighting. So that's pretty much sum up what those buttons on the sides are. um, Poetic is giving saying hello to creative, and creativity says you are doing great.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. By a bout of
Yes.
confidence,
And
I'll do my best.
FYI, I never call you Mr. Brown on here because I know that you're trying to do your brand, and I know brand is very important. So I always stick to Adventure Boss, or I just
Okay.
say boss,
Adventure, Miss
right?
Adventure. All right.
Okay. So the next question I have for you is, why did you choose the name Adventure Boss? Is there a story behind it?
Oh.
Oh,
Um. Okay. Okay. Adventure Boss. How Adventure Boss came about. So when I decided to create the channel, I wanted to make something distinctively different from Raging B. Because that's my student. That's me from since high school. Like I don't like, that's attached to music, that my music production, and it's attached to so much. So I wanted to create something brand new. So I said, okay, I have to I have to make a name. Can't use my name. I have to make a whole name. I didn't want any of my following to follow me over to Adventure Boss. So I just said, you know what, let me do it. Let me do something completely brand new to the entire world. If somebody finds me, they find, hey, yo, Raging, what are you doing over here? Type of thing. Like, I didn't know you're doing this. Like, if that happens, then okay, fine. So the reason why I decided with Adventure Boss, it took about a week of um like brainstorming and process of elimination, where um I just brain mapped a bunch of names that I would go by, like something that I would identify with, and then from that I did a process of elimination of seeing what's out there. There's certain names I didn't I it wasn't Adventure Boss at first. uh I I can't remember the other names, but it boiled down to something really strategic, where when I when I did keyword searches, and started to search various names, the combination adventure boss wasn't anywhere. There was more opportunity to be able to be multi-platformed with the exact same name, instead of having like prefixes or suffixes attached to adventure boss, like adventure boss YouTube, adventure boss, like or a different name for Instagram, or like, and that kind of thing. So I wanted to just keep it uniform, um with the one name. Boss came about because my brother, he's a chef, and one thing that he coined himself as is like food boss. And I just, that kind of really stuck with me. And the word adventure, it just comes from, that's the kind of person I am. I love to, in real life, that's what I like to do. I like to take adventures and stuff like that. And I believe that life is, without sounding too cliche, life is one big adventure. And I attached the two together, and it just so happens that it it was an opportunity for branding, and I put an X there because it just made it more official. I guess it made it more unique. Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. And I think, not I think, but that name does define who you are, you know, in terms of on screen and off screen. Because yeah, you do love you are very adventurous. So you did good. Y'all did
Thank
good.
you. Thank
Welcome in Callium. Hey Poetics. And hey Classic. So we have Adventure Boss up here. His link is pinned on pinned in the comment section. So y'all could go over and check him out. I'll also have later on, I'll put all his information in the description box so y'all know where to find him. That's via YouTube, his Instagram, his Twitch, all that good stuff. And for those coming in, again, I do apologize. Once he's speaking, I won't be interfering with anything he's saying. So I won't be answering questions or greeting anybody. So my apologies if anybody feel offended. But we want to show everybody respect where respect is due, right? So
you.
leave your comments in the comment section, and as soon as he finished, we will get into it. So we're not ignoring you, right? We're just showing respect. So let's go and see if I missed anything before we go on to the next question. Okay, so Classic says, okay, nice. And Creativity says 1000% agree. And she says, amen. All right.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Now I'm seeing the chat. Oh, that's like what?
You can see the
All
chat
right.
now, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once you're not speaking, if you want to address anybody in the chat section, you could go ahead and do just that.
Okay.
So the next question that I have for you is, was there a particular game or moment that made you decide to start recording uploaded gameplay?
Um, the thing is, it's been like that. It's been like that from since forever. Like, there's even before streaming, I remember times where I would want to record what I just experienced, and I'd want to share it, because gaming has become, it always has been like an experiential thing from since the day of board games. Snakes and ladders, or whatever. Like it could be Scrabble. You could be playing Scrabble with like with your family or a bunch of friends, and that moment, it really is a moment, and you can never get it back again. So when we went digital with interactive gameplay and all this stuff, there's certain moments that, and especially how games keep on advancing and getting more creative and more intricate with their designs and what you can do in them. It ended up being a thing, like yeah, it's just some nerd thing. Like, oh my goodness, did you see that? Wow, oh, you look around, look left and right. There's nobody beside you. It's like, ah, man, I should have recorded that, or I wanted to record that. And the funny thing is, I noticed that I started to actually do that, because on PlayStation you can record your video. So this is like kind of before um streaming, even, or even at the advent of streaming. Like, I just wanted to share certain experiences, because sometimes things get really cinematic, they get really cool, they get really suspenseful, like you can, yeah, you can really escape in gameplay, and it's something to share, just like movies. You want to watch it. Did you see that episode of blah blah blah? Did you? Yeah.
Okay, if you can't hear me, I mute it so it doesn't interfere what you're saying. But
Oh, I hear you.
I
That's
love
that's
that.
fine.
Okay, and for this next section, because I do break up my questioning in different sections. So the next one
Mm.
is about your content and your gameplay. So the first question I have for you here, I realized I didn't miss
This kind of,
anything in the comment
bro.
section.
This is kind of crazy. Yeah, yeah. Wait a minute. Don't people getting interviewed have to like don't not have to, but don't they usually get like a kind of like a itinerary of an example of things that would be, I'm just so next question. It's just like
um,
what are you gonna ask me?
no sorry, because over here we keep things novelty, okay? And
Rah.
we got to be different from the massive. So no, we are not giving out itinerary over
Yeah,
here.
I know. I know, I know. I know. I'm just saying it's just my
These are
experience. Keep it
spontaneous
fresh.
questions for my spontaneous guests, all right? But I mean, maybe perhaps in the future I'll opt in to ask people if they want like a little briefing. Most people so far they just want it to be spontaneous, and so I just went with that. I go with what the people want, you know.
Yeah, that's better. I think like that's a good, not every host or interviewer does like gives out a itinerary of what they're gonna ask and stuff like that. But this way is like it is it is nerve wracking. I'm not gonna lie,
It's
but
pressure,
it's fun.
right?
But it's fun. I find it like it's just like gameplay. You don't know what to expect. You know,
Exactly, right? Because life is full of unexpected turns and changes. So
it's
you know
one
when
big
you go outside,
adventure.
you don't know what you're getting when you step on outside. So
Exactly.
we got to keep it realistic.
Exactly.
But I mean, this is why I try to hold like a little mini conversations, and you know what I mean? I try to keep it real so people get comfortable, so then you don't even realize that you're being interviewed. It kind of more fits into like you sitting up here talking to a friend,
Right.
right?
Exactly. Yeah, I
Yeah,
appreciate that. Yeah.
right. So before I get into the next question, so let me just try to dig deeper into your comfort level, right? So let me ask you a mundane question. So, how was your day today?
Oh my gosh. My day, yo, it coming like yo every single day. Okay, you know what? My day was I don't I don't know the proper adjectives for these things sometimes. Like my day was chaotic, very extremely chaotic. I know we were said you originally said like Ollie, you originally said it this stream for 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
But then I had to adjust it to 8 p.m. because work life came up, things came up. Um I like there was a lot of a lot of challenges and just unforeseen things happening at work, and honestly everything worked out. It was very 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 nerve wracking, so it kind of honestly the day primed me for right now the sudden spontaneous things that I had to deal with. um my day was fun and exhilarating, um and yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And another question, which is off the records. So, because we've known each other for a very long time, it's been like what, 33 years?
Mhm.
It's been like 33 years, right?
Yeah, yeah, I joke, yeah.
So, the off the record question is like 33 years ago, would you have imagined that you're going to be sitting here and I'm going to be interviewing you?
um like I could imagine it. Like
You could.
I wouldn't think it would happen, right? Like many things in life, we don't expect or think certain things would happen. Like if you were to get in the next 2 years, you were to start making $30,000 a month. Like it's not like you could imagine it, but like when you're there, it's kind of like what you look left and right, like no, how's this? Is this real? You know, like certain professions, certain jobs, certain level up, certain turning points in life. Like you don't really like, expectation kind of thing, but like
Mhm.
you could imagine it. And something like this is something that I could actually imagine it. Um, in the exact way how it's weaving together, there's no way that I could imagine it in this sort of way, but
Altitude.
yeah, but
For,
in terms of like your personality, I'm like yeah, definitely, most definitely. In terms of my personality, yeah, most definitely.
I
I could imagine us having uh an actual podcast talking about a whole bunch of different things. So the fact of this happening right now with a split screen, and then you're interviewing me on your channel, it's kind of like yeah, it makes to me it makes sense.
and for everybody for everybody listening in, believe it or not, I'm actually more shyer than he is.
Lie, Chatel, man.
It's
This right here is a
true.
superstar. Don't
Between
don't.
both of us, I'm actually the shy one.
n-
When we're around, he's actually like the more outspoken, outgoing one, and then I'm actually the shy one. Could you guys imagine? Creativity says, "Oh, that's so cute." It says, "Great live stream, though. Thank you, Classic." It's true. It's true. Okay, so let me get back into the actual real question. Do you have a favorite boss fight you've recorded so far, and why?
Okay, so far, like it seems like, and it's the craziest thing because it seems like the my most like it's always like the thing that I want to show the most never gets recorded, never gets streamed. Like I never understand. Like it completely boggles my mind every single time. And the funny thing is, it's one of the things that made me like give me a lot of like angst to start the channel because I was sick and tired of so much cool stuff happening and I never captured. Because once you capture it, it's there forever. It's like real estate, and you can go down memory lane and say, oh yeah, that game. Like 5 years from now, a game can discontinue. A console can be obsolete, and how was that game? I forgot about that. And then you can go back in your archives and that's that gameplay or whatever. And on top of it too is like yeah, like it just seems like the funny thing is like just recently, like I was thinking about that exact same thing. Like is there something that I the some sort of clip, some sort of gameplay that I like the most where it comes to like some adventure or boss fight or mini boss fight or online interaction that I love the most. And it just so happens that every single one that I actually love the most wasn't recorded, whether it be arc raiders. Arc raiders go hamburgers with just chaotic organic things that happen in game. And I have recorded and streamed arc raiders before, but it just so happens that let me just get a little jump in, let me just get a little run in, and some like the most craziest thing happens and I didn't record it. So now my mindset now is like, you know what, I'm not allowed to play to my leisure if I don't stream. Like that's how I feel right now. So like my most favorite gameplay and boss fights have not actually been captured yet. So I'm still striving to get that my most iconic moments. It's like my um one of my motivations, I guess.
Okay, okay, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Next question. Oh, wait, hold up. I forgot there was some, I saw some commentaries here. Poetic says, "You're great in front of the camera now." Took some time. Yes, I'm getting better. I have
Yeah,
gotten
man.
better.
Yeah,
And
man. You're a
Poetic says, "Shy
superstar, man.
where?" I actually am, right?
Yeah. How you mean?
Yeah, I actually am very shy. It's only because over time and because of this community and stuff like that, I got into a place where I'm actually able to like come on here and my anxiety don't go to the roof. I'm actually able to be comfortable and communicate with you guys, but I'm actually very shy. I've always been very shy, except for when I'm upset.
don't don't run with novelty when she mad.
Don't tell the people them that. They don't know that yet.
Mhm.
They don't know that. Creativity says, I like that. Thank you, Classic, for the hearts. And Creativity says, yes, ma'am. Um, and she says, yes, have gotten better. See ya. You're gonna get used to the camera, love. I'm getting used to it. I'm getting it. I'm getting into it. And so is he. I'll be watching him. I'll be watching him.
Yeah,
And
I know.
he be there doing his thing, singing and all these things in up on the camera. Classic said, no shy around here. Classic Classic is very outspoken and bold. She's not shy at all. I'm gonna get to that one day. I'm gonna get to that one day, Classic. Trust me. The more I watch your content, is the more I'm gonna develop, and I'm gonna get to there. She'll be batting up the people there. She'll be like, "Come on, guys, come on, come on. What's the next color? Come on." I'm gonna get there. Kodak says, "Right, Classic. No shy.
No shy
I
shy thing
can't.
around here, so on to them.
I can't." So the next question is, how do you keep your playthrough engaging for viewers, especially when you're doing long gameplay sessions?
How do I keep my, which was it, engaging? How do I keep my,
Basically, just your gameplay.
how do I keep my gameplay engaging? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay. So this is one of the things, and this is the one of the things that I had to learn over time, because it's not something that you just know. You
Right.
can you can watch a bunch of YouTube videos that kind of talk about it, and they try to, they try to coach you into that um mind state, but nothing will ever defeat experience and jumping into the fire.
Mm-hmm.
um the things that I've learned is like, one of the things that I practice is being able to talk to an audience, um being able to just speak about whatever that comes to your mind, and that in itself is an actual skill, much less
Mm-hmm.
adapting it to be able to talk to the void, or in front of people. um One of the ways that you keep things engaging is, you kind of have to think, because I'm a gamer and I like to uh, play games with people. All right, so
Right.
when it comes to online, I try to think to myself, what would I enjoy watching? What would I enjoy experiencing? And the thing to do is kind of loosely. It could be loosely. It can be to the bullet point, but just kind of plan out what you want to do. You
Mm-hmm.
know, there's certain games that give certain vibes and certain aesthetics when you play it. Like like a fighting game isn't going to give you the same vibe as, let's say, like a survival game.
Right.
They have different vibes, and multiplayer games always give a whole different interaction, and so forth, so forth. So depending on the game that you decide to play, you can kind of build a sort of a program. All right, guys, we're gonna do this and make it interesting. Like, we're gonna, like, for example, one of the things that I try to do is just not die. you know, um, because these games, they how they how they make these games nowadays, it's really challenging.
Yeah.
Um, if it's adventure game, a lot of adventure games have puzzles in it. I try to bring the audience into the puzzle, and show them like, this is what I'm doing. Because a lot of times, people maybe watching in the background, people maybe watching split screen, doing something else while they're watching passively. So it's like, and a lot of times too, there's people that haven't played that specific game or aren't as much of a gamer as I am. So if I'm looking at a game, I could pick up on things really quickly.
Right.
Oh, the compass is over there, the objectives are okay. So what? Okay, he probably has to press X. Oh, okay, why doesn't he do that? Like, and it's just like I'm on it. But not everybody's like a modded gamer like myself. So I have to let people know. All right, so this is this that we're doing, and blah blah blah. And a good thing to do is repeat it because you don't know who's popping in and out because the chat, like the amount of people in chat is very misleading because people watch on browse features, people watch they have like they have like different what do you call it, plugin, like they have like I forgot what it, like browser plugins, and they have different things that cause these barriers with knowing who's coming in and watching. That's why I always say like, yo, drop a comment, let me know you're here, that kind of thing. um Prompting for engagement, like asking for engagement. There's like, yeah, there's actually a lot of things that you can do to make it engaging for the entertaining or exciting for the viewer.
Right.
There's like five other things on the top of my head that I did that just slipped my mind. And that's another thing too. My mind trails off very easily, very easily. Like there's too many things that bombard my head in like the span of a second. So that's one of the things that I practice as well, and while I'm gaming. But yeah, I yeah, because I forgot the other things that I was gonna say.
Oh, shit. It happened to
Those are
best
some
of
of
us
the things.
here.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of things to do to help keep the viewer entertained or engaged. Actually, as a matter of fact, what was the question actually again specifically? What?
The question was, how do you keep how do you keep it engaged? How do you keep the engagement up for your viewers, especially in long gameplay sessions?
Oh, right, 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 right. Oh, okay. So I was
And
right.
you pretty
Yeah,
much answered it.
yeah. Things like overlays really do it a lot. You know, I just recently added a kill counter, a death counter overlay.
Right.
Having those visual cues help a lot. Some other streamers, what they do is I haven't gotten to this level yet, but they have a stream deck where they'll pop in like a kind of like a meme, you know. And what do you call them? Yeah, like little memes that pop up on the screen for a split second to create that kind of separation of like humor or context or and things like that. And yeah, and just pretty much just really really speaking to your audience. Just imagine somebody that you know really really well, and just imagine that you're just only talking to them constantly. And another thing that I a philosophy that I have is speak when you stream as if you're streaming to two types of people.
Mhm.
When you're playing games, stream as if you're streaming to a blind person,
Right.
and then stream as if you're streaming to a deaf person.
Okay.
So I noticed that a lot of gamers, when they play, their cameras all crazy and just they're like sometimes I can't keep up. Like I can kind of, but it's like, why do I want to go through this? Especially like the first person shooter type of games. It's like camera angle. Just slow
Right.
down. When
Right.
it's FPS games, it's not. It's hard to do that because that's a nature of the game.
Uh-huh.
But I try to make it cinematic for the viewer. Like even if it has to get fast paced at certain times, you slow it down. You
Right.
know, allow them to kind of have a fast paced break, a break
Okay.
from the fast pace.
Hmm.
Um, and s- speak constantly. Do your best to constantly describe what's going on, talk about your what you feel about what's going on. The chat, when the chats build up, that helps a lot when you interact with the chat. And yeah, these are generally. I know I'm forgetting like a handful of things, but when I come off the stream, I'm gonna be like, oh, how could I forget that? But yeah, generally speaking, these are the things that help keep it very engaging and entertaining.
Okay,
Yeah,
I like that. That's really good advice and stuff. Especially, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Especially the way how you put it out there, because I would never had in a million years like came up with that thought or that theory to like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, so I'm gonna stream and pretend I'm talking to a deaf person, or and
a
a
blind
blind
person.
person. Like, I wouldn't have came up with that. I wouldn't have came up with that, but I love that.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You're
Mm.
welcome. Sorry, I'm just scrolling to see some comments before I go to the next question. Creativity says, I'm not good at shy. And see, creativity says, yeah, I create a basic template before I do every live too.
Mm.
And she says, I'm old, lol. I forget my own damn name half the time.
Yeah, it
It
happens.
comes with the territory, I swear. Classic said, good question. Thank you, Classic. And creativity says, facts. And then Classic says, I learned something new. Okay, so we caught up with
Nice.
that. And just before I carry on, I just want to say thank you for everybody coming in, for those that's in the front and those that's in the bushes in the back. I appreciate you
In the
guys being here
in the bushes.
regardless. Hmm?
He said in the bushes.
Yeah, in the bushes. In our community, that's what they came up with. So that's what we roll with. We say in the bushes, those in the bushes. Cause there's always
So wait.
somewhere, there's
Mm.
always somebody in the bushes looking in. there's, there's always somebody in the
Look,
bushes looking in. They
you know
don't
that
comment,
meme?
they don't
You,
speak, but
the what you call it? The Simpsons, the Homer Simpsons meme where he's like just fading into the bushes like that.
yes.
That's what you remind me of
Yes,
when you
so
say
we have
that.
to let them know that even so, we still appreciate you, right?
Yeah.
We love it.
I
Whether you
tend
want
I
to speak or not, we're grateful that you're here.
yeah.
Creativity says, "Yeah, I'm putting stars. I'm putting stars up all over my daughter's wall as I listen." Okay, do your thing.
Nice.
Okay, so the next set of questions that we're going to go into. So this part is all about your creative process. So, what does your recording and editing workflow look like from start to finish?
Oh my goodness. My recording and editing process. Man. Okay, so the thing is I'm um doing entertainment in the past with nightlife entertainment and doing commercials like promotional videos and stuff like that. And even from school actually I I did video editing, so I was
Mm-hmm.
already very versed when it comes to um editing content, you know. Gaming content, I realize, is slightly different because the content itself is different. It's not real human people. And then on top of that, live streaming is different to itself as well. So the my process is very weird because it's constantly changing and adapting to my availability and my lifestyle.
Right.
Right now, I'm doing my best to to become more successful in YouTube and in streaming and in content development so that I can have more time to be able to do it. But as of right now, I kind of adapt to the limited time that I have, and it's actually it's forcing me to be a lot more creative with the time that I
Right.
do have. So the and the thing is, it's hard to answer that question simply because it's not even the same. 3 months ago, 4 months ago, how I would in how I would jump online and start streaming and how I would edit content, edit videos and stuff is way different than how I'm doing it now. Even though it's the exact same thing. R- Right now, how it looks is what I try to do is, well, not try. What I do is I have a feature game. It's Adventure Boss. The type of games that I feature are namely role playing, adventure style, deep lore, deep immersive type of story driven games, not the sweatshop battle royale type of games that Fortnite or Call of Duty brings, but something more like it has a beginning and an end. It's a full understood story. Um, and so what I do is I use Canva, develop the thumbnails, and there's just way too many different. There's so many various ways how I develop thumbnails. But as of late, what I like to do is I like to get in-game footage. PlayStation is good for that because you could just literally take snapshots in game. Before, what I did was which was much harder, is I would get the video, play the video afterwards, take a screenshot of the video, pause it, take a screenshot, and then take a bunch of screenshots and use that. But it's a lot faster if I can just bam take a picture from PlayStation and upload it from my PlayStation network, and I'll use that footage for my thumbnail. Prepare the thumbnail for the next stream, and so titling and all of that. The first few streams of a new game that I start to play is difficult because I don't have any I don't have any gameplay footage. So I'll find various creative ways to pull together image creatives and images and stuff like that to build the thumbnail, and then yeah, make the title, make the description. Um, Even if I have to research a little bit more about the game to give context about what the game is and stuff like that, I'll do that. And then each time I'll try to I'm playing a story, but I try to break it up into portions that people can follow along, so they if they so please. And yeah, so I know there's a lot there's a lot more to it. Um, but yeah, it's my channel right now is mostly a live channel. So and then I put up the VODs afterwards. So and then yeah, all the creatives and the thumbnails go along with it and help the yeah, that's how.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place. I'm fresh. I'm still adapting to the ecosystem of like even clipping content. I barely scratched. I've started to do that with my Ghost of Yote streams,
Right.
which was an
Mhm.
amazing game. I must add, even though it was like swallowed up in a bunch of controversy, the game itself, they did a really good job on that game. And I just started to start the routine of clipping that long form content. Um, but yeah, so far I'm just mainly focused on getting the live streams out, long form content, and then slowly developing a method to be able to repurpose the the aha and the oh wow moments of the long stream.
Right. Okay, let me,
Oh,
before I
big up
answer this
yourself, Imagine.
question,
Yeah,
Gossip says since silent viewers knob and creative says yes. Yeah, there has to be an end so I know if I won. LOL.
yeah.
Blessings, can you imagine? Thank you for coming in. Our guest for tonight is Adventure Boss X. His channel is pinned for anybody that wants to go over there. If you're into gaming, go over there. I have to say, like me, I like to play games, right? I'm not so much into watching games, but I do watch him regardless because he does keep it entertaining. He keeps it entertaining and stuff. So if you're into that, go right on over. And another question too, before I get into the other questions I have here, are you into like is okay, so in terms of collaborations, right? Like if there was somebody that said, "Hey, I'm a gamer, I love gaming," and they want to play along with you, is that something that you're up for? Is that a possibility? And if so, how would they get in contact with you other from your channel? Is there a way to do that, or is it a no-go?
Well, like I mean that kind of collaboration, that's pretty much what it's all about, like gaming together, you know. So because right now I strictly play on PlayStation, it limits me because a lot of people there's a lot of people that play on PC, and there's a lot of people that play on Xbox,
Hmm.
you know. So uh it is kind of hindering in that sense, but anybody that does want to collaborate, and if they're a streamer, if they just want to play together, I'm down for that. I I s- I You can get me on Adventure Boss Instagram. I haven't started a Discord. I, n- Not really too sure how to use Discord. Tell you the truth, I started a Discord when I in school, when I did my audio engineering course, but I still don't know how to use that, so I still have to start a Discord. So you can always drop me a line, drop a comment, or just go to the you know message me on TikTok or
Yeah.
Instagram, and could figure it out and line it up, set it up. I know like certain games they do have crossplay features that allow you to play across platforms, so someone from PC can play someone on PlayStation, etc. But yeah, that part I'm still figuring it out because every game is different with their cross platform opportunities. But yeah, you definitely play it together.
Okay. I love that. I had to ask that because tonight is about you and I'm trying to get as much information as possible in regards to like your channel and what you do, because the whole
Thank you.
purpose of me doing this is not so much for me, is so other people can, people that's looking in can see, and I mean, get to other audiences, get a better reach, because Tubi is not always fair to all of us, and it doesn't push our content as far as I feel like it should. And a lot of times it does push out our content, but I mean, and then again, it is up to people to click on to us, right? And
Mm,
people, they don't tend to want to venture off to people they don't know. They try to stick to what they do know. So at least this kind of gives an opportunity for anybody that is, tuning into me, or that feels like, hey, let me see what she's all about, and they click come over here and they get to see other people and hear about what other people got going on, and get to, like, go and adventure off, because they're over here, they might have not had an opportunity to have YouTube shown, like, what I mean, they
hmm.
for them to see your content over there, but at least this way it's a hopefully it's a win-win.
Yeah,
Hopefully it's
no,
a win-win.
most definitely.
Yeah,
Big
so
up
let me
yourself
get
in a Novelty.
pardon.
Big up yourself, Novelty. Yes.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Okay, so we have okay, so classic and creativity is saying greetings to can you imagine? Creativity says, I don't feel bad. I haven't played a video game since PS2. And she says it is definitely a win-win.
Mhm.
Right. And she says, I will follow your Insta and your YT after this.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Like I made the Instagram in order to communicate with people. I still have to connect it with my phone. I'm probably gonna do that after this stream. I've
Right.
been kind of loafing on it. I have already interacted with people on my Instagram. As a matter of fact, you see, there goes the memory. I forgot her name. Obsessed. What's her name? Obsessed with art. Actually, did my very first chibi design
Okay.
for, because that's a way that I'm going as well. Like, so I have like, instead of having my face as the thumbnail and things like that, like I'm creating these anime characters to
Right.
represent Adventure Boss. in various adventurous states, so I was able to get that done and connect with her for her to do that through Instagram. So yeah.
Okay, okay, big things. Clock it. Everybody that comes on
Oh,
here has to clock it. They be clocking it.
this is clock.
This is clocking.
You're clocking it. This is
Yeah, we
okay.
clocking it, right?
All right.
Or everybody that passed through here, they get into it. Especially the men. The men are always so like, "What the heck is this?" See,
Yeah. What
Pastor
is?
says, "Clock it." Everybody that comes on here knows about clock it. See, Kenny imagines laughing. So, and matter of fact, everybody around here they came up with their own versions of clock it. So Reds came up with clockery.
Clockery.
Yeah, he says stop the clockery,
Oh my
and
goodness. That's hilarious. Yo, that's hilarious.
and clock off.
Yo,
There's a lot. There's
moving
a
people
lot
not
that
having
they
no
came up with.
behavior,
I'm
man.
not gonna get into it because you know how I stay. When I start laughing, I can't end. So I'm not even gonna bring that up because I don't want to start up something I can't finish right now. But yes, there's a lot of clocking going on this.
No lot of clocking going on.
Yes. Hi,
You're too
Amanda.
much.
Thank you for coming in and thank you for the hearts. Okay, so let's get to the next question. Okay, so how do you decide when to go live versus upload a regular video? And I know you don't do videos, but you do. You already kind of touch based on the fact that you start doing clip-ins, and you did touch base on the fact that you're a live channel. So I guess you just want to answer the other portion, in terms of like how do you decide when to go live, and how do you decide like what you're gonna go like what are you gonna what video, what gameplay are you gonna play that day or that night?
Hmm. Okay, so how do I decide what
How do you decide when you're gonna go live, and how do you decide what gameplay you're gonna put on for the night?
okay, so the decision to go live, the time that I decide to go live, it just has to fall around my schedule. So it ends up being after it's not an opportune time for the West, for Eastern Standard West, you know. It everybody's gone to their bed, so I end up getting like a lot of night owls, a lot of people from the East, England and Japan and Australia, them play India, Malaysia, them places. So
Those are good
um
places, good analytics and good things to have, especially when you get monetized. But continue.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And it is still limited because not everybody speaks English, so it's like I'll only get the English people, and and a lot of times when I get excited in games, like I speak broken English and stuff like that too. So I'm pretty sure there's no there's no captions that's picking that up at all. And even if they speak a little bit of English, it could be confusing to them. So I try to mind that. But it just so happens to fall around my schedule. The thing is, I was trying to hit that sweet spot, and it would cause me to falter with going live, the length of time that I can go live. But then I realized that like just start. I just have to start. So um the time that I stream right now just so happens to be the time that I can, until
Right,
further notice, where until the future, where I'll be able to be a little bit more flexible. There's times when my work schedule switches to the day for long periods of the time. Sometimes, like in the summertime, a lot of times it'll switch to the day, and then I'll end up being able to stream around that hotspot.
right,
You
right,
know, the hotspot being, um, I think like 8 to 10 p.m. So the good start is 6 or 7 p.m. in terms of where we are right now.
right, right.
Um, but then again, even that, like, it doesn't even matter because YouTube is so ubiquitous, I think is the right word. Like it's so overarching and universal that the whole entire world is your audience, you know. So you can start to one guy that I connected with, he's in Japan, speaks speaks perfect English, and is like, I would have never thought, and that happened because of the time that I'm streaming.
Right.
So you can build your eyes. There really is no excuse. It only causes um challenges. That's the only thing it causes. It doesn't cause impossibilities, because
Right.
YouTube is doing a great job of making the impossible possible, like, giving as many tools as possible for anyone to be able to do things, you know, on YouTube. When it comes to I do apologize if if I'm talking kind of slow and things. I would the whole 12 hours. I only got 3 hours of sleep. So hold on a second. My brain
Take your
confabulate for
time.
a second.
Take your time.
When it comes to choosing the when it comes to choosing the title to play,
Hmm.
uh it first started with only what I want to play,
Right.
you know. And then I started to marriage that with what is hot, you know. So if you don't have a large audience, you'll be hurting yourself if you're playing something that absolutely no one cares about,
Right.
or it's too classic of a game for anyone to really care about. Like, because there are classic games that there's still a lot of following for, and some that, because there's thousands and thousands of different titles that one can get into, you know. But um the choice ends up falling upon like what, especially the AA titles, that the feature games that I play end up, I've learned to make them be um hot games, you know, the
Hmm.
in games. Ghost of Yote was a hot new title, even though it went through a lot of controversy. That was a hot title, and I seen a surge from Yote streams because people were torn. Do I play it? Do I not play it? Everybody hates it. Everybody, and I just played it and let everybody know. Say, okay, look, yes, there's a lot of drama and controversy around the game, but guess what? The game bud. The whole entire studio does not share the viewpoints of certain bad apples that kind of, because it kind of rubbed me the wrong way too. You know, like I don't. I wouldn't want to play a game if the developer's like, you know, I really hate these N word hard R's. I hate these black like. I'd be like, yo, I'm taking out of the game immersion. I don't want to play this game. That's awful, you know,
Right.
and things of that nature. So I do get it, you know. But it's still being a hot title, and the whole studio not representing the viewpoints of some bad apples. I played it, and it was a great thing. My decision to start to play the Star Wars title is, I always wanted to play it, and I just so happened to not be able to get into it. I was gonna play it off stream, but then again, I said, "Nah, I'm not allowed. I have to stream the thing." So I eventually the PlayStation did the awesome thing of giving me a big discount on the game.
Right.
Paid pennies for it, and I started playing that. And it was strategic, and I decided to do it now strategically. I'm gonna bring y'all up into some game. You know what I'm saying? Star. Okay, okay, okay. There was a bunch of there was a lot of games that the possibilities that I would have chosen,
Hmm.
but Star Wars. Uh, the thing with Star Wars is, this year there's a lot of Star Wars stuff coming out, whether it be like the Disney Plus, like the Mandalorian, the new there's like, I swear there's like one or two new Star Wars movies that should be coming out this year. There's talk about um part 3 to the game that I'm playing coming out, and there's a lot of people waiting for that. Amongst other few titles. So there's a lot of Star Wars buzz happening for this year, and I foresaw it from since 2025, and I said, you know what? I'm a plug in, tap in, and play this title, and hopefully it'll be some good, traction, some good. Even though it's an older game, like the game that I played before this one is out um Star Wars. You see, look, I forget this, forget the name of this one. Um, man, now I have Outlaws in my head. That game is garbage. No, not Outlaws. The Survivor, and then Fallen Order. There we go. Fallen Order is it's an older game. Even the one that I'm playing now is from 2023. It's not novelty. It's not novel. It's not new. But the
Right.
thing is, because of the hype that's gonna about to start buzzing, that has already started to buzz around Star Wars, I decided to play it strategically, and I wanted to play it as well. And it's a good game. It all lined up, and I said, "All right, I got my new game." And the thing is, before a game ends, I kind of try to predetermine what the next one will be before the one that I'm playing ends, because sometimes it'll it'll catch me off guard when, oh, this is the final boss, what, oh, and I don't have something else prepared to tell the audience, hey, something else is coming. And
Mm-hmm.
also, I always keep in the back burner filler games. You have to always keep, it's content, it's entertainment, so it's like, what are you showing to the people? What are you entertaining them with? Mine is game and gameplay.
Right.
So I have like kind of like a Rolodex of games that I can just play for fun and entertain people. And then I have my Let's Play series, where I play AAA titles, like you know as my flagship for the channel.
Okay. I like that. I like that. You put a lot of thought into your gameplay, and I like that.
Yeah, because just as you say in the thing, it's a business. You have to
Exactly.
treat it like a business. So, and with
Exactly.
like some marketing background, I see how important it is, because you could just be doing it willy nilly for, and you could be really good. You could be the most amazing gamer. Like, for example, my nephew, he is like different when it comes to gaming. He's like win tournaments type of person, But does he have that mindset to be able to plug into the YouTube ecosystem, to marketing, to branding and stuff like that? It's like a different mindset,
Right.
and you kind of have to have both. Like, if you're lacking in one, you develop the other, kind of thing. So yeah.
Okay. Let me address some comments. 1 second. I'm scrolling up. Okay, so Amanda said hi, good evening. And Creativity says cool. And she says, yeah, but they speak video game LOL and that's universal. Thank you. Can you imagine for the like? And Claudia says, very nice. Before I continue, for those coming in, thank you very much for being here. This is Adventure Boss X. His information is linked in the comment section. So if you want, go on over and show his channel some love. Show his channel some love. If you're into gaming, he's up to what's the word I used earlier? Because my brain is tired too. Collaboration. He's up for collaborations. So you can reach out to him on his Instagram, which is at Adventure Boss X. I am gonna have all that information in the description after this live. I'm gonna have his contact information, so anybody that needs to reach out to him, or if you need to go over to his end of the woods and check out his gameplay, you're free to do all of that. And let's get on to the next question. Oh, and another thing too, I do apologize. So feel free if you guys have any questions or any comments, any compliments, leave them in the comment section, right? Leave it in the comment section. Whatever is directed to him, he will look, he can see it and he will address it. So don't be shy, okay? As classic and poetic and creative says, no shy, okay? Including you guys, the people in the bushes. All right, let's go on to the next question. So this one is all about growth and strategy, right? So how do you measure success on your channel? Do you measure it by based on your views, your engagement, your consistency, or is there something else
How do I measure success?
on your
Um,
channel?
success, like I said, that's a hard one, because success is like, it's not really, is it really defined? It's, I guess success can be very subjective each person,
Hmm.
to each person's goals or ambitions, you know.
Never
Success for
mind
one
each
person.
person, everybody else, because we're addressing you. So how do you specifically like? How do you address it? Like,
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
cancel
So
out all the noise and everybody else.
right, right. Yeah. So just to get that, because it is very, like, I just wanted to state that yes, it is very subjective, you know. Just
Hmm.
to, this is not like this is success, you know. Like, I just want to put that precursor out there, but it's like my success. It's very difficult not to gauge viewership,
Right.
engagement, likes, growth. It's very difficult not to gauge that change in value, that delta, as success. It's very difficult, because that's what it's all about. Like, if you're pumping weights, and then, you don't get no muscles, it's like, yo, am I being successful? What's happening? You know, if you're there running on a treadmill for like 10 years, and then you don't slim, it's like, what is the, so the change in value, it's kind of impossible not to have that as a measure, you know. So with that being said, I try not to have that as an actual measure,
Right.
especially starting, and especially learning and developing skills that would make me more effective as a speaker, or a entertainer, I guess, like a streamer. Because it's, especially streaming, is like, I don't. I had to learn a bunch of stuff. I learn a bunch of tech, even though I know about video editing. I know about marketing. I know about, like, yeah, I know about gameplay. I know about computers. Like I know I'm kind of techie, but
Right.
it was a big learning curve, first of all. So it's like, that to me is successful. Being able to um get over the nerves of gameplay. Like, because you have to focus on so many things sometimes, like whether it be chat, your stream health, your audio levels, the gameplay itself. Like, yeah, you have to focus on so many. You have to make sure that he didn't put up the last thumbnail on the current thumbnail. Like, there's so many moving pieces. So one of my points of success is being able to effectively engage.
Right.
There's been times when I've had the lowest amount of viewers, but I had the most amount of fun, more than when there was like a lot of engagement. And
Hmm.
that, to me, when I all right, guys, you done know, it's your boy, the adventure boss. I see you next time, please. And then I turn off the thing, turn off everything, and I sit there. At that moment, how do I feel at that point?
Right.
When I feel like accomplished, especially at this stage, that is successful to me, more than likes or views. They do have an effect still. They have a heavy effect.
Right.
But just knowing that I was able to execute on time, knowing that I was able to deliver a sort of gameplay well,
Hmm.
you know, that I was able to just suddenly fall into like a secret area in the game, and it's like, whoa. And then later on, looking online, it's realizing that I got like a really rare accomplishment in game,
Right.
and I was able to capture that, or I was able to perform really well doing some boss battles, or like just some normal gameplay battles, and I'm able to control the camera and make it cinematic, because that's gonna be there
Right.
as real estate for however long YouTube is alive, and knowing that I was able to show up, like, professionally, and just show up like as a real adventure boss. It's like, yeah,
Mhm.
that to me right now is success. Because the thing is too, like a lot of people don't see the actual success that's happening. Like
Right.
I don't understand my right now. I really don't understand my metrics. Like it's like just like you say, people in the back in the bushes, people in the background. Um, like I have a ridiculous amount of lurkers.
Mhm.
Like that to me, like I don't know, I don't know. Like yeah, yeah. That's successful to me. Like so when I get the the what do you the validation from viewers, like even like if you were to come on and be like, I know that you're busy and stuff, and you decide, yo, let me go check this guy out, wow, go on. Me showing up, that make noise, me showing up right, and
Mhm.
keeping consistent to the point that it avails you the opportunity to be like, oh, let me see how he's doing. Oh, he's on. Hey, what's up? All right, yo, I just came to say hi. I'm about to go do whatever, whatever. The fact that I was there
Right.
and I did it, like right now, that's where my success lay.
I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a whole lot because I can relate to that. I can relate to that. Like everything you just said, I
Mm-hmm.
can relate to that 110%.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, man. Me know, man.
okay, you know they don't know. Okay, let me cook. Shari told me the other day. I don't remember what I said. I was talking to Shiloh and I said to him, I said, "Is you cool?" And she looked at me and she's like, "Mom, I need you to stay off the internet." She's like, "Mom, I need you to stay off
Literally.
the internet." But back to it. I feel that. I feel that because honestly, when I first started, success for me, I determined that based off my views. Later on, I kind of determined it based off engagement, and then later, as time progressed, it became more of something that I determined based off my consistency. Now, fast forward to the present, it's more of me showing up, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I've overlooked views, I've overlooked engagement, right? I'm consistent, but I'm consistent within my own sense, right? I'm not consistent is as in I'm posting every day, but I'm consistent in at least I'm trying to make sure that I post at least once a week, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
consistency doesn't always mean like bam, 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 right?
Exactly.
And a lot of people don't understand that because they feel like they have to, overwork themselves and do all of this stuff in the name of consistency. And people don't understand you could post once a month, right? And that will be consistent as long as you know you're posting once a month because that's what your
Right.
viewers are going to be expecting, right? So that I love that. I love that for I love that a lot. Um yeah, and I asked that
Thank
question
you.
because a lot of people that is starting, a lot of people that want to start, right? Um they what might start and then because their views are low they're like, you know what, I quit, or because
Mm,
they can't do it every single day, right? So that's where for them consistency comes in, and they're just like, I can't do this, I'm not going to do this because I can't do it every single day, right? And
mm-hmm.
a lot of people, they look at engagement. When I first started, I had absolutely nobody speaking to me in this comment section. It was me,
Yeah.
myself, and the Lord.
Yeah.
Having a discussion on a daily basis, right? And I continued, and I had like only a handful of people that popped in here and there that was viewing my content, right? And
Mm,
in the beginning, like I said, because that was like how I was viewing success, like I was like, you know what? Forget this. I'm out. Like, you know what I mean? And then I came back again and I was like, nah, I'm gonna stick to this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do the darn thing, whether I have views or not. And then I went through this process, you know what I mean? Till I get to the point where it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna show up for myself. Like, you know what I mean? I'm
mm-hmm.
grateful for the people I'm meeting in the community and stuff like that. But my success is gonna be deemed like determined based on like me being able to get up and say, you know what? Let me turn on this camera, let me turn on these lights, and let's get the action up in here, right?
Yeah.
Because it's hard. It's hard, right? And it's not every day you're gonna feel like getting up and going in front of the camera. Like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Half the time when I'm not up on here, my hair is a hot mess. And I'm okay with that because I'm like, I ain't gotta go on no camera, but because I have to go on the camera, right? And I have to show up. I'm like, all right, let me put a little effort into it and stuff like that. So yes, I love that.
Hmm.
Um, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll all the way up, making sure I don't miss anything, and I'm gonna read what I missed coming down. Okay, so Creator says, "LOL, sorry, Grace's dad called." Okay, I think I could have. But anyway, creativity says so true. Oh, um, Casey, the 1-7 says novelty. Hey, thank you for coming in. Costa says amen. And Can You Imagine says yes, a good one. And Can You Imagine also says that is so true. And Creativity says ish. I went almost 4 years with only 7 subscribers. I just got to 150 over the last probably 2 months. I've learned to keep showing up and let the world catch up.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a clock it moment. This is when we clock that. And
What is that? This thing? That?
yeah,
Oh my
this
goodness.
right here. And I'm glad you did creativity because had you had given up, I wouldn't have met you, and everybody else around here wouldn't have met you, and we wouldn't have met the people that we're meeting today, right? Um, yeah. And now it's your time to shine because bam, it's going up and it's going to continue going up. And as you said, you're going to hit your monetization this year, right? Right.
That's
Okay,
right.
so
Don't
let's go
mess.
on. My next question for you is what's one growth strategy that has worked well for you?
Growth growth strategy.
Hmm.
Growth strategy. Man, do I even have a growth strategy? My growth strategy. You see, that's the thing. It's so organic. It's always right now as it is, especially because of my lifestyle. It's just con- it's formless right now. It's just constantly moving and adapting to what I'm able to do. Um, there's certain things like being able to streamline how I get online, how I uh, choose thumbnails, how I put it together. That's pretty much as far as choosing certain titles.
Hmm.
Um, getting into things like being able to post on, for example, I haven't even yet, but like I've only used it for communicating, but being posting on Instagram, making the clips of previous streams, previous VODs, that is highly effective. Growth strategies, such as developing my interaction. That like for me, that's like that sits at the top, at the very
It's your top
precipice of
10.
everything. It's like the very top. Being able to communicate effectively to the audience, I think is like is very important, and constantly refining that, because I'm nowhere close to, I believe I'm nowhere close to where I could be or where I should be. So I'm just constantly refining that ability of communicating to a live audience. um the strategies such as uh, reading up on strategies. There's a wealth of information, but there's an overload of information as well. So I have an opportunity to put my earphones in and listen to podcasts and stuff. And it's very, and because at the level that I am, I can notice like things that won't really work for me. Like it's just fluff, as opposed to when there's a speaker and they're talking about something that's really, even if I know it already, they could be talking about something that has a lot of juice in it, a lot of substance, and that allows me to expand my mind a lot. And that expansion allows me to always go back to the drawing board and refine the drawing board. You know, it allows me to always constantly adapt. So my growth strategy, just don't stop learning because YouTube is ever evolving as well. And
Mm-hmm.
even like in live interaction, I don't know everything. There could be something that someone would say that I've heard before, but because they say it in the way they say it, in the accent they say it, in the exact timing when I'm doing whatever I'm doing, it's like it just clicks, and all of a
Right.
sudden I learn something new. So constant development is 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 the number one growth strategy, and practicing communicating to a live audience. Um, Other than that, it's strategic things, like just the strategic things, like picking the right titles, leaning into collaborations, and um, building a workflow that allows me to clip, because that's necessary too, especially with long form content. There's a lot. Long form content is the hardest, literally the hardest to break into,
Right.
but the audience for long form content is there.
Mm-hmm.
But because they're so loyal, because they're so like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. There's something about long form content viewers, where it's like they might they look at shorts and bite sized things from time to time, but when they do have time to just put something in the background, I notice that even myself, like I'll tend to want to go to specific voices, specific things to just play in the background. You know,
Right.
to find those people is it's YouTube helps, but it's not YouTube's responsibility.
Facts.
Us as creators, YouTube provides the tools and the the like the kind of they help facilitate it a lot, but it's literally up to us to to plug in properly. Everybody's
Right.
plug-in is different, you know, like
Right.
the how I would plug into us to the switchboard is different than you, different than creativity guides me, different than like everybody. You have to actually find that right plugin,
Mm-hmm.
like that right tap in for how what works for you, and it takes time. You
Right.
know, like
Because
there's you can't rush a thing. You can't look at certain people that, oh look, I blew up, I have 50 million, but like that happened for them, that's great. But for the general consensus is longevity and constant development, and streamlining your workflow. And that's very important too. You don't want to, because time is a thing. You don't want to spend 3 hours doing something that you can rightly spend half an hour on, you know, and that only comes with time. Yeah, that's
I
my
100% agree.
strategy. Yeah, there's a I'm telling you, there's a whole heap more, you know, like it's like this. Oh man, but like that's the top of top thing.
That is true, and I absolutely 100% agree because the algorithm is here to help us and whatever. Although sometimes I feel like Tubi has been getting better in terms of small content creators and pushing out our content. But I don't feel like in the past and for a moment it's always been fair in terms of small content creators. However, when it does give us our time to shine, it is we do have a set responsibility to make sure that you know we're clickable, like you know what I mean, like people
Hmm.
when we do get that opportunity to shine that we actually shine, right? um
Right.
so it's really good. And in terms of like performative, right, like when you because you perform when you go, well I want to say perform because it's kind of still your personality, but then because you're like a borderline, like you're shy but then you have like there's that outspoken character, right? That you know what I mean? Like there's a two sides. I guess there's two sides to everybody, but for you, like you know what I
Hmm.
mean? So and it shines through when you're in front of the camera. Like you're like, oh my God, and you're singing and all this stuff. And you're like you're doing you. You're in your element, your comfort zone, right? So do you feel like that is also like a part of your growth strategy? Like do you feel like that helps you out a lot opposed to you just being like grim and glum and just being like, okay guys, so today this is what we're playing. Look at him. Like you know, type of thing where you're just like, oh my God, no,
Hmm.
why like do you feel like that helps
Yeah.
you out more?
Yeah, no, definitely. It does. It does. Like it helps you out because energy is energy, right? Like
Right,
no matter what, no matter what you do, you want to put. Obviously, you want positive energy,
right,
but the amount, the the magnitude of that energy matters as well, right?
right, right,
I can be quiet, glum, or I can be really quiet and glum, and the magnitude is much more. Or I can be excited and be talking to you
right.
like this, or I can yell, and it just goes up. You know what I mean? It's like the magnitude while keeping true to your personality. Because if you're not really like that, it's gonna come off weird,
Facts,
and awkward. So it's like you want to keep it at a high rate because energy travels,
facts.
whether it be over the virtual space. It energy travels acoustically. It travels. It travels within the body. It teaches
Hmm.
you what to feel. Like if I'm nervous but I have high positive energy, it feeds the body,
Right.
people watching, they get that as well.
Hmm.
That's your audience. You need to have that energy towards them. And also, um that's it's it's a part of what I'm practicing, because not every day is positive, not every day is great, but you still have to keep high positive energy.
Right.
Even nowadays we have bots. We've had bots from time in YouTube, but now we have AI. And the AI is so surgical and so ridiculous. Like they know when you're you have high energy, and because of that, it will influence your discoverability, or your what do you call it when it's not impressions, is it impressions, like when they decide to put you in front of other people. If
Impression.
you're Yeah, if you're kind of just quiet and whatever, it like, unless that is literally the texture of your vibes for what your type of content, right?
Right. Right.
Eventually, the funny thing is that, like, the algorithm, the uh the AI that's now integrated into these systems now will start to determine that. They'll start to
Right.
realize, oh, wait a minute, this person this is their rubric. This is what their vibes is.
Tone.
Yeah, their tone, their texture is very cool, calm, collected.
Right.
And they'll pick up on that. And as opposed to, like, if you have high energy, they'll pick up on that too. But no matter what, even I've noticed that having high energy ends up translating better and faster, being audible, instead of being quiet and stuff like that. Yeah, it it does matter. What was the question again?
Um.
I just want to
um.
make sure that I'm not veering off. Like,
I think that was just like a random question I threw out there, but the main one was talking about growth strategy, and then it kind of just branched off into a whole bunch of different
yeah, I
things.
want I want to know the branch. What was the
Yes.
branch?
Hold on, let me get up to the question. And hold on one second. And by the way, I just want to say thank you guys for keeping my comment section lit. Thank you for the interaction. It's highly and greatly appreciated. Um, okay, so creativity says sometimes it's just showing up when you can. That is strategy, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, yes, I'm still learning to start doing that. And then she said, that and thumbnail, thanks to
That's
novelty.
right.
And then she says, yes, I had to learn to pick just one or two things and get proficient at them before I add new ones. Me too, creativity, because your girl a hot mess sometimes. And she said facts, and she says it aligns. Yes. And she also says, yes, I do that a lot. And she says, I like to find ones I can listen to while I work or do everyday stuff. So that's in reference to when you're talking about the background voices and stuff like that. And
Hmm.
Classic says, I'm still here, guy. Thank you, Classic. And creativity says, haha, yes, when you build it slow and steady, it stays. Loyalty and trust take time, but they're all fun, foundational. Jeez, creativity says that in my jam personality, I know that very well. And she says personality matters. It does. And she says, yes, sir. And then she's laughing. And then she says, yes, impressions. And then Classic says, yes, your energy. And Kanye Minor says, wow. And then Classic says, that is why you have to be yourself on YT Facts. Because, like he says, like I've seen people that I could tell, I might not know you personally, but I could tell that who you're trying to be is not who you are. Because that,
Yeah.
like he says, it looks weird. It comes off weird on camera. Like if you know that you're like a very like calm, collective type of person, and you see somebody else being very energetic, and you think you want to tap into that, it's gonna look weird because that's not who you are, right? And if you're high energetic, like you're always like very hype, and then you decide like
To be
you want to be
stoic.
calm, yeah, like be quiet and like somebody else, it's again, it's gonna be weird because that's not your element. You know what I mean? Like stick it to your lane. Creativity says, "LOL, that is my life." What was the question? I felt that.
Yeah, yeah. I'm there answering. I'm like, hold on. Did I? Am I even answering the question anymore? Hold on. Wait.
First of
But
all, let me tell you, even though I'm the interviewer, because I be asking random questions along with the questions I have, y'all gonna have to watch some replays because me myself don't even remember what the question was. But the initial question that branched off of everything else that we were talking about was, what's one growth strategy that works well for you? Wait, did I? Yes, that was the main question. Oh, and I also had a question for the audience. So for you guys, right? The question that I had asked him, and we kind of carried on, and I forgot to ask you guys. So the question I asked him that I want you guys to also answer is, how do you guys measure your success on your channel and within your journey? So do you guys measure it based on views, engagement, consistency, or something else? So in the comment section, if you based your growth and your success based on engagement, put a 1 in the comment section. And if you base it off consistency, put a 2. And if it's something else, you can put a 3. And if you want to elaborate, go ahead and do that. You know what I'm saying? Because we about that life over here. We clocking tea, okay?
mhm, mhm.
Classes say yes, and class says stay in your lane, guys. Be yourself. Don't try to be someone else. Yes, and I try my best to execute that in the classic style. And creativity says I base it off how I feel after my life. So is that fall under something else? Would that be a 3? But I like that.
Mhm.
Okay, let's go to the next question. I think I've caught up on the commentaries and compliments and all of that good stuff. Um, okay, so how do you balance posting new content with improving quality and storytelling?
So how do I balance?
Posting new content with improving quality. So, but while you're so balancing while you're posting new content, but okay, for instance, right? For
Mhm,
me, one thing I have been realizing, right, and I haven't been posting any form of content, like, well, sorry, I shouldn't say any form. I haven't been posting any long form content on my page for, I think it's probably going on 3 weeks now. I started doing live and stuff like that, bumped it up. I'm not gonna go too much because it's not about me, but I the reason I stopped doing that is because for me it started to click, right? Because for about since January, I've been focused more on the more I learn and stuff, and the more I start to realize that thumbnail is very important and title is very important, and that's all following good content, right? Quality content, right? Um, my
mhm,
quality content, my content quality has improved as far as I'm concerned, and I've heard feedback, a lot of positive feedback in terms of my content quality. Again, like you,
mhm,
it's not where I feel like it can be because I know I could do much better. Like, you know what I mean?
mhm,
Um, but because of that, I realized that the click through rate, as you stated earlier, is not as good as it needs to be, right? Because a lot of my content people wouldn't know, right? The people that don't click on it, but a lot of my content has good watch time or view, what was it, the watch time hours that they, whatever it is, right? But it's really good.
Retention.
It's very high, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you wouldn't know that based on the amount of views, because sometimes that one video will have like 20 views. But
Mm-hmm.
people be watching like 7 minutes of it, or like, even a 10 minutes of it or something like that, right?
Right.
But people aren't clicking on it. But YouTube is still pushing up. The errors are still going up. But you can't tell that because people aren't clicking, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, for me, I take a step back because I realize like, okay, I need to work more on my thumbnails, right? I need to analyze my titles more, right? So
Mm-hmm.
instead of just pushing out content, because who was it, Einstein, that says insanity is repeating the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of me constantly, like consistently, like just shooting out content, I decided to step back and work on what's already there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm working on trying to improve my thumbnails and my titles from my already existing content, trying to focus on that so then I can move on, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where I'm going with this question. So when I say like how do you balance posting new content with improving quality and storytelling, that's where I mean like you're posting even though you're putting out new content and stuff like that. So
Right.
but how do you find the balance, because I've noticed on your channel like your thumbnails have changed, right? A lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things that you change your banner. There's a lot of things, a lot of improvement that you've been making, subtle, but it's going, right? Even with your performative, when you step on site and you start to, live stream and stuff, like the way you perform and stuff like that, you're doing that more, right? So how do you create a balance with that in terms of like, okay, I know that yesterday I did this and I know I could do better today. Like, so how do you get to that today? Like, how do you sit down and be like, okay, this is how I'm going to do this, or this is how I'm going to change, like, especially with you and you have a very busy schedule.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one there, that's a hard one. That's a hard one because it's like you kind of you have to like literally just do it. You
Hmm.
just gotta you just gotta do things, and not be afraid to look foolish or mess up.
Right.
One thing you gotta do is write things down.
Hmm.
You have to write things down. Like I don't understand. Like you could be successful without writing stuff down, but imagine how much more you could be with writing things down. There's something that happens in the mind when you put pen to paper,
Right.
right? When you actually put a how do you explain this? Like it's like systems. Any systems, any sort of everything that we do, it's like method. Like w- even if you write a grocery list, right?
Hmm.
It's just way more effective than if you just go off the top of your head, because you having a system of things visibly to look at. It's doing many things, like it's training the mind to remember certain things.
Right.
It's 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 giving you feedback as the accomplishments and things that you've done or not.
Hmm.
It's giving you micro bursts of dopamine whenever you do complete something or you get close to completing something. It helps train the mind to put on blinders when there's
Right.
so much that you can do, right? But when you write stuff down, it puts things in categories and narrows certain things, especially when you're doing multiple things. It narrows things down, and it kind of it allows your psyche to chill out while
Right.
handling and dealing with certain things, like
Hmm.
whatever it is that you're doing. So it's like writing stuff down, I believe is like it's very important. When you how do you like constant learning and developing, right? Like that will allow you to, even the thumbnails that you mentioned, that wouldn't have happened unless I was on my mindset was on do it better,
Right.
be better than next time, be more efficient than next time.
Right.
The only way I knew I had to be more efficient is because of the amount of things that I wrote down. I said, you know what? I can't do this. I can do this. I can't do that. Wait, little asterisks there. I need to do this better. Oh, yes, I forgot. I need to figure out how to do this little thing here or
Right.
that little thing, so it keeps you on track. Um, in terms of posting, where I'm concerned, like for when I get into a let's play, it's a series. So you kind of have to keep a sort of schedule, right? I don't really have a hardened schedule, but you kind of have to keep from my program. It's like once I'm doing a let's play, it's understood that it's gonna keep up.
Right.
And to balance, excuse me, what was it, leveling up or getting better?
Improving quality and storytelling. So basically leveling up if you
Wait,
want to break it down that way.
yeah, I see video game talk. Leveling up, it has like it starts to happen once you strive, once you are actually striving to be better than yourself, not better than the other person. And that's a very important thing too, because if you constantly comparing yourself to someone else, it's not the right measurement. So you already lose. It doesn't matter how close they are to you. It doesn't matter how far they are to you. The moment you start looking away from the road, like you're gonna crash because you're not
Facts.
looking at the road. This is your road. If you want to put on your indicator, turn and do these things, you still have to watch where you're going. You can glance and glance, but you have to pay attention. So to balance it is those factors, like constant within yourself, knowing that okay, I'm going to strive to do better than myself, better than the me I was yesterday,
Right.
and over time, it literally will happen, whether you like it or not. You will get better. In terms of so the quality can mean many things. It could be your 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 program, like your the quality of your video, your editing. It could be
Right.
the quality of how you're talking. It could be your actual gameplay. You know, when you have those things in your mind, it's powerful. When you write it down, it multiplies exponentially that thing that's in your mind. And
Right.
once it's in your mind, you literally start to do things that just subconsciously that automatically go towards it. You remember in the back of your head, oh, I should remember to say this, or I should say this better. You might just actually write that down. Say this, say it with excitement. You might write down excitement, exclamation point, and then you're doing whatever. Your mind is all cluttered, and then all of a sudden you look at your paper, excitement. Oh, yeah. Hey guys. And
Yes.
you just right there in that little micro moment, you were 10 times better than you were yesterday simply because you
Right.
strived for it, you know.
Hmm.
So you have to like implement these things by like treat it like a business. Like there's no CEO, founder, executives. Everything is written down, whether they hire somebody to write it down for them or not. Like it's like you have to write it down because it kind of prompts you to take it seriously and engage with it. And then from that you keep on engaging with that you wrote down, and you will get better. It'll be something as simple as your tech. Man, my camera, my cat. Oh, did I? Oh no, I just smudged up the camera. Oh, whoops! I just smudged up the camera. Anyways, look. The point is, it could be your tech, right? It could be your tech. Like I need to get my yo. Sorry, hold on. It could be yo. I need to get better equipment, right? So you might decide not to get the Starbucks. Damn. Okay, well, you get my oh, crap. Okay, anyhow, so you might decide like, yeah, not to get the Starbucks for the month because you need a new camera or something. Like you get my point. Like you'll strive towards the thing whether it be even tech, like the equipment. Oh, I need a ring light. I need a new ring light because I need to light up the background or whatever. I need a green screen. You'll write it down and you'll do the things that will propel you to getting better. And then in that, you'll end up in that process, you'll end up it'll end up merging with your process, of your posting. You're learning, oh my goodness, I can do this more efficiently over there, or hey, I need to post at these times. Um or you might decide to you might listen to a content I don't know what you call them, like a self like a help content creator or whatever, that tips and tricks of how to get more followers or whatever, those kind of people, right?
Oh yes.
Like
Okay.
I'll
Yeah.
even stuff that you do, like, oh, like, this is a better way how to do business. And you're like striving to learn new things. It'll end up um it'll end up joining with your method, and you'll end up implementing it into your process, right?
Right.
So it won't conflict with your, like, how you upload. You may end up realizing that, hey, you know what, I don't need to upload so much, because I learned that I can test certain things, because I went down a rabbit hole of learning new things about content creation on YouTube. So then you
Hmm.
end up just, you know um learning that, like, okay, I'm gonna A/B test these things. I'm gonna test these new schedules. I'm gonna test, rinse and repeat. And it ends up becoming like that question. They end up becoming one and the same. Like the how you upload becomes a part of your the quality of your uploads, or the quality of your content, because
Hmm.
you're constantly striving to be better than yourself yesterday. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You might even notice that you might be able to upload every single day, but because you're learning more and more and more, you'll discover that, hey, you know what, it's better if I don't upload every day, because it's just so happens, like, how it just so happens that your audience works that way, and you would have never known, you know.
Okay, it reset. Could you still hear me?
Wow, volume. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So I went and I bought I purchased second like two other mics. So this one passed on, so I had to
It passed on. Wow.
yeah, I don't know certain words if I'm allowed to say on YouTube, so I substitute, but this one is it's taking a break. It's having a little downtime. So I just plugged in the other one. So that's what I
Mm,
wanted to make sure cuz it's my first time using this one.
okay. Okay.
But yes.
It sounds much more audible. How do I sound? Do I sound loud, sharp?
You sound good. It sounds good. Your audio is really good.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes.
Proper. The funny thing is, I had this. I just so happened to have two of these. I couldn't find one of them months ago, and I ended up buying another one. And then, like, the week after I bought another one, I found the old one. But just today, in this winter storm thing that we're having right now, like, the one that I was using, it fell, and I somehow fell, and I stepped on it and crushed it to pieces. So it just worked out that I have a back I have a
I
backup.
swear like your headphones like they hate to see you coming because
I'm telling
from
you,
time like why you always breaking them? Like
it makes no
oh
sense.
my
It was
gosh.
going good for the longest time. I don't know.
Whoever came up with headphones, they had people like you in mind. They had people like you in mind. But
Yeah.
let, let me run through the comments right quick. So creativity says, if I feel like I shared my message clearly, I'm happy. I'm like that too. Once I know like okay, it came off the way I want to come off, I'm good to go. I'm like, I bet nothing else matters. Let's go sleep. Make we go on. Creativity says facts, and Classic says exactly. Creativity says yes, sir. And she says that's all I talk about on my channel. And Can You Imagine says it's 11 p.m., but I will lay down and listen. It's an interesting topic. Thank you. I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
Nice.
Classic is laughing. Okay, that's that for the commentary. So let's get to the next question. I have to catch up back where I am because I was getting into it. Okay, so the next question is, have you analyzed your audience retention or your feedback in terms of how you shape your future videos?
Um, yeah, yeah, that's a part of that. That's right. I do, and you have to look at your analytics. You have to. Ooh, yeah, man. Something mash up your knob. Yes, yes. No more audio for me. Okay, hold on. I have to plug it because I didn't know. I didn't know that this was supposed to be on the phone. Oh my gosh. So guess what? There's no more headset. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Okay, he's adjusting his volume. So while he's doing that, let me again greet those that has that that came in, those that's in the bushes and listening. I appreciate you guys for being here. This is Adventure Boss X, and today's interview is all about gaming. So if you're a part of the gaming community, or even if you're not a gamer but you enjoy watching gaming content, he is the man for you. And if you're into gaming and you're into collaboration, again, he's all up for it. So reach out to him. His channel information is linked in the comments section. So go ahead and holla at him. We hear you clearly. Okay. Yeah. He wants to be extra.
For me,
he just
no,
rem-
I had to plug out. I had to plug out the headphone because my phone's gonna die. I didn't know that everything was gonna be on
Oh,
mute.
okay, 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 okay.
Yeah,
Oh, he's preserving. He's preserving.
yeah.
Is it good now?
Is it? Is it? I don't know how it sounds now because I'm now it's talking through the phone
For
and
me,
not
it
the
sounds okay. It
headset.
sounds good.
Yeah.
For them, like they said, they I think it sounds good, right? Yeah, but we still hear you clearly. Okay, they said you're still clear.
Okay. Okay. That's
Okay.
good.
So let's get on with our next question. Oh, did you answer that one? Oh yeah, you're in the process of it. I didn't know if you finished. The question was, um, do you analyze your audience retention or your feedback based off of your analytics and stuff like that for your future videos?
Um. So a lot of the interaction. So it's a difficult. It's very difficult when you're either a new streamer, a new content creator, new streamer, and you have a low amount of either viewership or engagement because there's just not enough data for the
Smaller content creators.
yeah, there's just not enough data, so it gets tricky. So you kind of have to use all the data that they give you as much as you can, certain spikes and stuff like that. And it gets tricky too because certain sometimes things are just weird and organic. Certain spikes will happen that have nothing to do with you, and sometimes they have to do with you. It's 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 working with what you got. um so even though I may have low interactivity or viewership, I still check the analytics because there may be something there that can teach me something about my audience, could teach me something about myself. And now YouTube has this AI thing where you can ask it to analyze your stuff, and it
Hmm.
can it can just coagulate the information for you. It doesn't matter how the size of your channel or your engagement, and can give you suggestions and things like that. So things like how would I say, like the simplest things, even feedback. is worth way more than its weight in gold, like when you have a comment from a random person, someone that you don't know if they follow you, whatever, you just never seen them before in your comments, and
Hmm.
they just suddenly say something, even if it's just an emoji. That right there is analytics for you to go off of, even though it's not in your backend. That tells
Right.
you that, okay, for whatever reason, what I am doing now brought somebody, you know
Right.
let's say, for example, 10 minutes go by and they make another comment. Before you look in any analytics, that right there is analytics right there. That just showed you that this new person is now on your platform. How they got there could be something that's not in your control, but they're there. We can
Right.
decipher that whenever later or whatever. But the fact of the matter is they're there. So that's analytics. It could be your topic, it could be your content, it could be how you're talking. It just puts your mind, it phases your mind in the proper lane to analyze it and think about it. Probably shouldn't do it like while you're streaming because it'll distract you, but it's there. 10 minutes go by and they make another comment. That tells you that, hey, you know what? Something that I was doing right now kept them, you know. So there's that kind of engagement as well, of kind of like real-time analytics, where it's before YouTube's back end, so that's one thing that newer content creators like myself, like the ones that they like do live content, can engage with.
Hmm.
Even if you're posting VODs and stuff like that, it's the same thing. If you don't have a lot of metrics to go off of in the back end with YouTube, someone brand new makes a comment on your video, positive or negative, that's information that you can analyze within yourself to,
Facts.
you know help shape your content and stuff. Views, you might not have a lot of views. Say if you get 5 views on one thing, but then 15 views on another thing, YouTube might not have enough information to give you some real time, like retention or whatever, like things that you actually need.
Right.
But just that alone can tell you, okay, there's something about the VOD B video, the video B, that why is there 15 people watching it as opposed to my average 4 or 5? So
Right.
then you start looking at like your titling, your thumbnail. You start looking at various things, you know, how you performed in your content and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I agree. Creativity says truth, and she says, and they cared enough to stay and engage. And she says, yes, a classic is given out hearts. Creativity says, I still have many videos with 0 views, but I know at some point the right people will find them. Um, with those with your 0 views, creativity, have you changed up what you need? What you should try to do is, and these are things I'm learning along the way. Um, change up your thumbnail. If you already change up your thumbnail, and once you make your changes, do not touch it for 48 hours. After 48 hours, if you still see no improvement, then you make another change, but give it at least 48, well, not at least 48 hours, the minimum, right? Leave it for 48 hours. Allow the YouTube to do its thing and whatever. For me, what I've realized is, after I change, normally if I change my thumbnail, I change my title a certain amount of times and there's no improvement, and always make sure that your your title, right? Make sure that you go into the YouTube search bar, and based off of, because your channel, you do a lot of tarot readings and stuff like that, so go, like, well, I should say motivational, inspirational speeches. So I feel like when you're doing that, before you do that for your older videos, right, based on what they're about, go and search it up into the YouTube search bar, right? And see what pops up, because then it gives you a list of things that people are searching for, right? And then you adjust that to your titles. Do that and leave that for 48 hours. And then if that doesn't work out, you leave the title, you change your thumbnails, and then you leave that for a minute, give it like a week or so, and then see how that works out for you. Like, right? But you have to take it bits of the, like, in strides. Like, you change your title first and see if the title, because we don't know what the problem is, right? So you adjust the title, See how if you start to get views, right? If you start to progress, then you know, okay, it was the title, right? If you change the title and you're still not getting views, then you know, okay, it might be my thumbnail. So now you change the thumbnail, right? And you make little tweaks like that. And also your description. One thing I've learned, because for you, you've been here for a while and you said like your content wasn't getting pushed out. So me personally, when I've been here for a while and nothing was happening, I treated my new journey as if I just started, right? So I'm just a brand new content creator that just started the day I started, right? And I added descriptions because I find that helps out a lot. Add descriptions, so that the it kind of coincides with your title and your thumbnail, and that helps out a lot. And add some hashtags. I'm getting all tongue tied and stuff, but okay. Sorry, I apologize. I'm taking moments out of your interview.
No, no, no. That's beer. Like that's high quality substance.
Okay. Um, create. Oh, hold on.
Yo, big up
Sadie says
bumper,
done, and
bumper
she says
gun.
good night, host and chat. Miss Bumper stepping on scene.
Say the bumper.
Yeah. And creativity says back then I didn't do any of that. Did you say something? Sorry.
You know, I'm bigging up. Say the bumper gun.
And classic and creativity's shouting out Sadie. Sadie
Mm.
says creativity hi, and creativity says I did take your advice and I'm slowly working my way through them. Don't ruin it, okay? Don't spoil it up on a slight go. Don't do it. Ladies, do you notice that when the gentlemen come up here, well, not all of them, but some of them, they always have to be ruining the clockets. They be doing their own thing up here. Where Red's at, because he's one of them, you know. Creativity says I pick one older one and I'm experimenting with that. Okay, that's good. She says, yeah, I change and I do it for all my new ones, but slowly I'm going back and updating the old ones. Like, that's good. Cause I go back all the way till when all the way to when the three disciples are roaming the earth, and then I change up. I change up my stuff from way back then too. And trust me, because over time it helps, and you don't know what the algorithm is gonna pick up and what YouTube is gonna start pushing out. Like, you know what I mean? And we need all our content because we need all our WHs and we need everything. Everything. Sadie said, "Bless up, novelty and ho." Thank you, bless up, Sadie. Thanks for popping in. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Okay, so this next segment is all about you being a creator and entrepreneur, right? So, do you see your channel as a business or primarily as a creative outlet?
uh, I would say right now it's it's a creative outlet for me that I'm
Mm-hmm.
treating like a business. Um, that it's like we all have we all got issues. We all got circumstances and situations that we may or may not speak about, hardships and challenges, trials and tribulations and stuff. It just so happens that you know, some people gamble and some people like thrill seek and jump out of planes. Like is what do people do things, you know?
Right,
Gaming just so happens to be one avenue that's like actually healthy for me, that allows me to free up, um de-stress. You know, I've always been gaming, and it gives me an excuse to game, you know, like being taking it seriously, and because I would always get self-conscious with myself and feel like, oh, I'm wasting time, like what am I doing playing video games, but that I fused it with some sort of professionalism, and I'm trying to make something out of it. It actually it turned it into something else completely, you know.
right,
So um right now, until it's the like it will I don't think it'll ever stop being a creative outlet, because that's me first and foremost. Like when I get monetized, when I blah blah blah, when I level up, there's so many other there's so many other dynamics of, like, there's a lot of other things that I do, and things that I have in store, and it's just for me, it's like the door open, it's the gateway, it's for me to learn the tech, learn the ecosystem of YouTube, learn how to be better than myself yesterday, and how to level up, so that I can, when I'm ready, I can bring in other creative things, like just like yourself, like you have you're you're not you, one dimensional, you're very layered, like you have, like I see you going back to your art and drawing, and that has nothing to do with your designs and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's like, I for me, I don't think it'll stray away from a creative core. It won't stray too far from a creative core. That will be at the core, and then the business will, like, treating it like a business,
Right.
monetizing it, making it a lifestyle,
Mm-hmm.
something that can provide, will always orbit around it. I'll always be for creative first, for others first.
Right.
Because ultimately, I think, like, that's what matters the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um, 1 second, let me catch up on comments and then we'll get to the next question. Creativity says, ha ha ha, they will learn. She laughs some more and she says, it is your business. You are your brand. And she says, clock it. And she says, you're building a business out of your fun time. And she says, okay, I'm at my computer now. What's your screen name? So it's Adventure Boss X. You want to spell it out? And it's
Yeah.
also it's the name that's pinned on the well, I don't know if she's be able to see it on her computer, but it's pinned on the in the comment section. But do you want to spell it out for everybody?
Yeah, it's adventure, like adventure, boss and boss,
Oh, that's why. You know what?
and then X.
Nobody didn't tell me. I thought I swear I pasted your thing and I put it in the comment section. But for some reason, instead of pinning yours, I end up pinning creativity's comment. Hold on.
No.
I just look because I'm like, wait, why does it say creativity? I'm like, I know I didn't I post it? There it is. I'm so sorry. It's up there now. It's it's up there now. Hopefully it's clickable because I think last time we had let me click it and see. Okay, so I clicked it and it brought me to your page. So
Okay.
yes. I don't know if it's because it's my thing, but hopefully it's clickable for everybody else. My apologies. I swear I was up there. Classic is laughing. Classic no say I'm a hot mess. Creativity
Yeah, that's
says
okay.
found you and subscribed. Um, okay, she says she got it. Great. And she says it takes us to you. The link takes to back to me or to him. It's not 1 sec. Okay. Let me see if I could okay, so I'll add it in
No, it
after.
go.
I'll add it in after.
It goes to me.
Hmm?
No,
It
it
goes to
goes to
you,
me.
right? You clicked it?
Yeah, it goes to me.
Okay. So yeah, it works. It goes to him. Okay. Because I was like, and then when I'm finished, I'm gonna edit the. Oh, actually, I think I could do it here. Let me just edit this right quick and put your contact in the description because I don't know if I did or not. I think I did not. So let me just do that right quick. Um. Okay. Yeah, I did not. So um, I'm just gonna press the link here. I'll fix it up later. Okay. I say contact info for guests. So it's there at the bottom, guys. Okay, so we got that done, over and done with. There we go. Let me save it. And then when we come off later on, just I'll remind you again in case you forget, but just jot down like all your social medias that you would like to have under the description, and then I'll just post it there so that it's permanent. So whenever people tap into the video and then they read the description and whatever the case
Mm,
is, all your
mm.
information will be there that you would like them to have. So then they could follow you on Instagram or wherever it is that
Uh,
your adventures is at.
um, thank you,
Creativity says I'm
creativity.
going to follow you on Insta too. Pardon?
Yeah, no, saying thank you, creativity. You don't know. I don't have anything on there now. It's just like literally for me to communicate. But I I'm gonna start I'm gonna start posting stuff on Insta too. Says giving me
Okay.
the prompt, the prompting, the motivation to do so sooner than later.
Okay. Are we ready for the next question?
Yes,
The next
ma'am.
one, okay, the next one is, oh, before I even ask any more questions, how are you feeling? You warming up? You feel good? You still feel
Oh, I'm
pressure?
pressure. Nah, man. All right, still in man. Just
Aye.
there, go and answer his thing them, and there, go and do the thing them.
Creative says, "LOL, I got my crap together now." She says, "LOL, me either. I post for my website. My she's like, I post for my website and my business." We all could relate. She said he just chilling. Yeah, he chilling now. He cooled down. He's not nervous anymore. Look at that. He answering the question like a boss. Okay. Okay, so what are your goals for Adventure Boss X in the next year? And do you see yourself with more subscribers, monetization, collaborations? What's that looking like for you?
So, where do I see myself in the next year? Hopefully, God's spirit life. I I would be monetized. I don't know by the next year, because as I said, the long form content is the hardest content to break into. And just giving YouTube the tools, the proper um ammunition to be able to go after like the right audience, because there is an audience for it. There's a long form audience for every niche.
Right.
um Being able to streamline myself, whether I use other tools, other um whether it be AI agents or other software or websites, to be able to streamline what I do. um I see myself being able to just be a lot more efficient with the live content, and the clipping and stuff like that. Being able to collaborate, just that alone. I was gonna say more efficiently, but no, just being able to collaborate um with gameplay, and yeah.
Okay. Creativity says like a boss. That's actually his favorite line. He always says like a boss.
Yeah,
That's where I get
yeah.
that from. She says, I think I post long form. You do post long form and you also do lives. She says you would slay collabs and making tournaments for certain games. Ooh, that would be good. Do you hear that?
I was definitely thinking about that too. I was
So
definitely
that's
so
your sign. That's your sign to go ahead and get that done.
yeah. I met a guy. His name, I he just goes by Dave, but I nicknamed him Video Game Dave, just to have it in my head. And what he does is he does in person. He I don't know if it's a truck or whatever, but he has a gaming rig set up designed exactly for that, where you can have full scale tournaments. So in the future, I see myself collaborating with someone like that to be able to um, create tournament style events. You know,
Yeah.
yeah.
I know what trucks you want. I think from my son when he was like 7, I was gonna rent one of those trucks for him.
Yeah, you know what I'm
And
talking. Yeah,
yeah, they're mad expensive though.
that's why I need to work with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're mad expensive. I was gonna rent it for him, but the only thing was, it had required that he had, I think it was either 50 or 100 people, because it's big inside apparently, right? So there's a certain
right,
amount of people that he had to have, and what's a young kid gonna be doing with 50 friends or 100 friends? So
right.
it didn't happen. We could only find 10, but that would be awesome, and
Yeah,
that would be such a good thing to vlog as well, like vlog on the inside and stuff like that. What?
yeah.
I don't play video games, but I will be. If you need 50 people, I'll be one of them. Okay, I will learn today. Um, Creative says me too, but it's because I'm old. Girl, we never too old. Okay, so cut that out. And besides, we vintage. Okay, get in the habit of saying that we vintage. We age like fine wine, vintage.
Yeah.
She says. She says order a cool ass prize to do with the game and drop a tournament. Winner gets whatever it is.
Yep,
Okay,
stuff like that.
ideas. She
Yep.
says yes. She says LOL. She said laughing, you know. Yeah. She said, yeah, like from the CNES, you have to promote a few months in advance. And she says, me too. She says, yes, ma'am. Vintage is hot. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would definitely I would implement my background in live entertainment with it as well. Like yeah, like that's it's future things, but it's definitely for me it's definitely doable. I just have to get through this part.
Right.
Build up a local following and then do some more awesome stuff, you know.
Right. Okay. So the next one is, have you considered branching into merch, community challenges, as creativity just said, or other offerings beyond YouTube?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just like what we were talking about with video game Dave, I would definitely collaborate and create community focused because I've done a lot of community type style events in the past, a lot of youth outreach type of stuff. And as I said, like it's like when you get into gaming, it's a different ecosystem, you know. You can create the moments, friends. It becomes like a familial type of vibe, you know, a community type of vibe, and it's very it fits really well with that kind of with that kind of thing to do community oriented stuff. Where my brother is involved in, he's a large scale um food boss, I guess. He does he does large scale food catering. We have the when it comes to live entertainment, we have the live entertainment lock, whether it be performers or just that whole setup. I know how to navigate through that, so I would definitely branch into those kind of things like IRL stuff, and then then put that online as well. I would definitely do things like take adventures, you know, go out into the wild and go to go to certain events, whether it be from gaming events to anime style events. It's adventure, boss. It's not limited to being stuck in the metaverse, you know. So um like yeah, that's not to distract me and not to like focus on too many things at once. That is actually a part of my plan to expand into other things in the future. It's a part of the level up.
Okay, excuse. Okay. One
Yeah.
second. We have some comments. Creativity says, absolutely, you've been training for this your whole career. And she says events are huge. And Classic says you need 50 subs to go live, bro. He actually does go live without his 50 subs right now because he used the streaming service, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he used streaming service, so he does. But Creativity says we'll get him to 50 quick fast. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. And Costa says, "How long did you? How long has it been since you started your YouTube channel, Boss X?"
So I started the channel. I don't even remember. What was it? 2022. So there's been a lot of there's like a lot has happened. You know, where school is concerned, where real life is. Not to get too into that because that's a whole different story. I don't even know if I have the capacity to even get into that. But like it's like when I started the channel is not this the same time when I really got into it. I think there was a lot of there's a really big learning curve. I was um I was able to work out of like three different studios. One studio I was able to work out of it. Don't have any studio access anymore. So like being able to like the setup itself, being able to rent out space and set up and just that in itself. The thing is like even though I've hit a lot of roadblocks and hurdles, one thing I know is like those are just roadblocks and hurdles. It's not saying that like you did not succeed. The only time you don't succeed, only the only time you fail is if when you stop or when you give up. So there's a chunk of time where I wasn't on the channel, but I was doing a lot of things in the background. One, uh, figuring out the open broadcast software, figuring out just a lot of integration and implementation of certain things because I don't stream from like I stream from places. I had to figure out that workaround because my workaround is like pretty very unique actually. Uh, so and that's actually something that I'm gonna make content about as well because I actually realized that there's a lot of people that run into the same problem that I ran into, and it's very niche. It's very unique the way how I went about setting up my whole entire thing. So I started the channel I think in like in 2022. Um, when did I start it? Yeah, it was 22. March 22, 2022. But I didn't start going hamburgers until like 2024. And there was still problems, there was still a lot of issues going on, and I just did it with the heartache and the belly ache and the headache and the just I just kept pushing through, and then I'm here now.
You did, you did, you did. And
Thank you.
part of the reason why I started going live and started started back up, I guess, on my channel and stuff. Cause he been pushing, and before he be pushing, he be telling me, he says, "Go start, go start."
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, yo,
So
you have that electric, like stunning. If you guys ever meet Novelty, you wouldn't like you want to just talk to her every single day. That that kind of or like that electric, organic, sort of like comforting, but yet empowering kind of personality. That's that one right there. That's interviewing me, and I was like, how is that even possible? There's no like you might as well do it. Like it's something that I think that a lot of people would actually benefit from. Once you grow and you start getting out, then people actually start to realize who you are, and you actually give your opinions and you give your points of reason and stuff like that. A lot of people would benefit from it, and find that kind of solace. And you'll build your community. And look what happened now. Yeah,
well,
and it's
thank you, thank
like
you, thank you,
only an upward thing. So yeah, she knows what she's talking about.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Creativity says this is a stepping stone, and she says, 737. Speak your greatness now. Follow your passion. And she says, I started mine in 2017, had only 7 until 2 months ago. No explanation necessary. She says, yeah, I was going to say
Nice.
many of us don't know crap about that. And she says, it could help many, many, many more people. Classic says, gotcha. Creativity says, I already know she's a vibe 100%. Thank you, Creativity. And she's giving out hearts, and she says, okay. And then Classic says, yes, sir. And then creativity says she also helps shine your greatness to others. Thank you, creativity. Y'all are too kind on here. Y'all are too kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, okay, so our next question for you is, how do you plan your content schedule and, like, in terms of avoiding burnout while you're growing?
Um, uh, it all depends on actually avoiding burnout. It's kind of weird because you kind of have to get to the point of burnout to know that that's your limit.
Right, right,
So it's a fine line that you have to tread, but you have to know when to hold, know when to walk. No, you have to know when to like give yourself time. You have to actually know to just it's okay. Something
right,
man gonna wear, just chill. Like we can you could be okay. So I'm talking generally, right? But like okay, I'm gonna focus on myself more. So like when I start working, I get tunnel vision, l- especially when it's creative.
right,
It's like being a workaholic. I just don't want to stop. And that's
right,
another reason why I started this, because mm, it's that it's that enjoyable for me. It's that much
right.
enjoyable for me. So it's very easy to just keep going, keep going, keep going, and then reach that point of burnout. But for me, it's just to constantly tell myself not to like,
Overdo it.
yeah, not to overdo it, but not to worry about
Mm,
not overdoing it, because
right,
that
right,
can create a pincushion, like it can be a serious stressor on your heart, knowing that, oh, like you go to bed and you're thinking, oh, I should have done this, oh, I could do this for 10 more minutes, or oh, let me. And it's those little increments or large increments that can creep up, and before I know it, like I'm like doing this in the middle of a stream, and or I'm not thinking properly, or I make a major mistake where I wouldn't have made
right,
it if I was thinking clearly. Sometimes the best way to speed up is to slow down.
right.
Sometimes you have to change lanes, and it's like, if you change lanes at the speed that you're going, you, you're you're gonna fly off the road, or you're gonna tumble, you're gonna skid out, you're gonna spin out, hydroplane. You have to
Yes,
slow down a lot of times to be able to adjust, whether it be changing a lane. Sometimes something happens in the road that you're traveling on, and then you're gonna have to make a detour. You don't want to make that. You have to make a sharp turn. You can't make that turn going at the same speed that you're going. You have to slow down, turn, and then speed back up. The same kind of
right.
analogy. A lot of times when you're going fast, I have another analogy where it's like you're on a vehicle, like you're in a vehicle, like let's say you're on a train. when you when you're going fast and you look out that window, you you can see things in the distance, but things that are very near, you can't see it because it's whizzing by way too fast. Like, you can't make out what anything says when you're going
Mm-hmm.
that fast on a train.
True.
You think you're okay because you look in the distance and you could, oh, I can see that mountain, I can see that building, it's okay. But sometimes you have to look at things that are near to be able to see where you're, to know where you're at or adjust yourself. The only way to see it is if the vehicle that you're in slows down. So eventually this starts to be this, and it slows down, and then you slowly read the signs of what you're passing. And then sometimes that's what's needed to be able to know what to adjust into. So for myself, I've noticed that a lot, that like I get tunnel vision and I just want to finish this, finish that, because I know what to do. Let me finish it now. Do this, do blah, 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 blah. But it's sometimes like you can't always do that. Sometimes you have to literally look at your health.
Mm-hmm.
You have to look at your relationships with like your family, others. Who are you ignoring? Who are you like? What is suffering? Because
Right.
something's got to give. There
Mhm.
is always something's got to give, whether it be your own time and health, or whether it
Right.
be like your relationship with others, or to other business that you may have. Sometimes
Right.
we're
Right.
balancing a lot of things sometimes, and sometimes we just, so I say we like, like I'm speaking French or something, but like me personal, I have to slow down
Right.
and remind myself that it's okay to slow down,
Right.
because
Right.
that's the
Right.
only way to be able to speed up.
Adventures of a workaholic. That's right. That's very important, especially when you're used to on the go and whatever. Because that's a
Mhm.
lesson that I think for the past 2 months is something I've been learning and forcing myself to do. So I've
Mhm.
been like not just work, 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 work. So now I actually like I will take a day and just chill with my family, like you know what I mean,
That's right.
and just
Mhm.
take time for me and be like, you know what, this will be here tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like it will be okay if I don't do this today or right at this moment, type of thing. But that's like such of a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah,
Like it's better said than done.
it
A
is.
hundred
I,
percent.
I must say though, like as I mentioned before, like writing things down helps with that, because it allows you to put things in perspective.
Right,
Because there
right,
are certain things are that are like time, like they have time restraints, or they have deadlines, that it's best for you to follow that.
right,
And what happens with me is I'll just go hard on every, like I'll try to do everything and go hard on everything, and it there's certain things that should be there's certain things that are more important than others when it comes to like their time restraints.
right,
So it's like writing things down, it puts it in perspective, where it allows me to say, you know what, the thing on the right is a lot cooler. The thing on the right may be more fun, or it may be more pleasing, as in terms of like immediate growth, or might seem like, maybe more appealing, or I want to do that. But the thing on the left is the thing that is very important for right now,
right.
and it has a time restraint, and it will allow me to put things in perspective, so that I'm not doing everything all at once, and I'll be okay with saying, okay, you know what, no one is seeing this little drawing board moment where it's not pretty, or I'm by myself
Right.
and nothing is being seen. I'm doing things
Right.
in the
Right.
background,
Mhm.
but it literally puts it in perspective, where it's like, all right, I'm just gonna do this one thing, and I wrote it down, and it's like, okay, I'll rest on that. And over time, I've noticed that those when I put things in perspective like that, those things end up picking up a lot more than I ever would have thought, and that gives me the motivation to do that again the next time, to not worry so much the next time, or not be so like hard on myself to do so much. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Uh, Creativity says you have to learn boundaries. She says, I hear that. That was the hardest thing that was the hardest thing I've ever had to learn. I still have to check myself on a regular basis. That is absolutely my biggest struggle, finding balance and no judgment here, and okay,
Mhm.
and so true, and friendly remind. Oh, never mind. That's Nightbot. I was getting into it. I was getting into it, and she says that's grace in the grind. I like that. I like that. Okay, so if is there any questions that you guys have for Adventure Boss, Mr. Boss X? Classic is laughing.
Mhm.
I'm glad you guys are well entertained. Okay. Um. So let me see. Okay, nobody has anything. Okay, so the next question is, What's the best fan interaction you've had on any of your videos, or even your live, or even a video, your clips? Like, have you ever
The,
had like
that's all. Oh man, I don't know. These are good questions. I don't know. The best interaction that I've um I don't know. I've had great interactions. I don't know, someone that came to my channel from your side actually, named Chris. Like he's been phenomenal. Like I don't know, he gives me jokes, um and helps me out in game too. Like, oh no, I think you should jump on that ledge. I'm like, which ledge? This ledge? Like, yeah, I think what? That I love that. For me, that I don't know. That makes me. It feels like you know what I mean.
guys? He's still Chris.
Like people are right beside me playing. Like I don't know. Like those interactions are always great. The I don't know if I don't know. I don't know if I've had like if I can recall any that's been on the top of mind that's like been the best. You know, big up yourself, music Manny. I saw one. I saw one going.
Yes.
Sorry.
Hello, Music Manny. Thank you for coming in.
That's you.
Yeah, I.
Yes, classic hairstyles. Big up yourself. Yep. Yes, creativity. Yo, you're guiding me. You done. No, thank you. Thank you for all your comments in the chat. You the best. Yo, y'all is the real bosses. That's what I'm saying. Yo. All right, sorry. I'm like I'm like doing
No,
my
it's
job.
okay. Read out the comments and interact. I mean, that's what this is all about. Um, she says it interactive and helpful. I love that. And you already shout out classic, which said, "Keep pushing, Boss X. The sky is the limit." And creativity says, "You have been doing great. We leave it to your masterful questions." The pressure is getting worse.
That's what. Yo, I'm your brother. Don't kill me. Yo, I'm your bro.
Is that really one of your brothers?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I found that funny. Like, yo, I'm your bro. That's how that's how you greet me.
Is it one of your? Is it your brother? Okay, okay. Let me go on to the next question because I'm trying to be professional. Okay, guys, I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. The next question is: do you gather ideas from your audience for future gameplays or series?
Always, always get ideas from the audience. Huh? Is that what you asked me? Is you, wait, what? Wait,
Yeah, it no
oh, oh,
sorry, oh sorry, Rai. Okay, I didn't know you changed your okay, hold on. Okay, guys, my little big bro is Music Manny R.
That's hilarious.
I'm sorry. I did he changed his name, okay? That's not what it was before. Thank you, little big bro, for coming in. I miss you, by the way. Thank you for coming into my live.
That's hilarious.
Okay. The question the question I had asked was do you gather ideas from your audience for future gameplays or series? So you were
Yes, I
answering that.
do. Chris knows. Big up yourself, Chris, in the
Hey,
chat.
Chris. Chris, he just called your name. I know your ears was buzzing before you came.
Yo, someone's calling my name. Let me check online.
Yeah, he let me check it out.
Yeah, yo, I
Let
was
me
just
check
digging
it
in
out.
just now. You know.
Yes, he was just saying that he loves your company, your companionship on his channel, and your commentary and your advice and your sportsmanship overall on his channel. So I'm glad that you're over there providing good interactions and
Interaction.
stuff like that. I'm
Feedback
happy,
and
especially
yeah.
when like it's so hard to have those type of interactions. So And me, I can't. When I come over there, I can't assist you. So I'm glad Chris is able to do. Because honestly, sometimes when he's not there, I kind of feel bad because I'm like, oh man, what I say? Because he's the one always googling, looking up stuff, and know what to say. I'm just there for moral support. I swear. I know not about no game. The only thing I know is PUBG. Chris says, I was just go ask if this was the same Chris. Yo, good to have good friends. The pleasure is mine meeting both of you. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Likewise. You done. Big up, big up.
And soon, hopefully, there'll be a plenty more. We need like 1,000 more Chris, and 1,000 more creativity, and 1,000 a thousand
Yeah,
1,000 more classic. We need a
like them. There can only be one Chris and creativity, and
no, I mean in terms of like how they
yeah,
interact and stuff like that. Of course, there could only be one.
yeah,
We only deal
yeah.
with their authenticity, authentic selves. But with the interaction and the way how they keep things going. I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah. And to
Um.
that, yeah, you're right. Like I do find to your question, I do find a lot of inspiration, guidance, ideas from the chat, those who interact and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Because even if brick and mortar businesses, what do? They like, it's a part of branding, it's a part of marketing, where they ask questions. Even YouTube does it. As big as YouTube is, they'll you'll some of their advertisements is like bum dum dum. You hear that music dum 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 dum, and then it has the checkbox questions, and they're asking for feedback. Like, yo, did you see
Yeah.
these app? Yo, do you like this? Do you not like this? They need feedback, and that's just with any and everything. Like, you dress up to go out to dinner. Yeah, yo, how do I look? Do you like my outfit? It's just like any other else thing. And when it comes to the streaming,
Facts.
it's extremely helpful when people get feedback. Even the guy that I follow, you see come in the chat, the one named Franco. He like he put a poll in his community chat. Oh no, not chat, in his. See, I don't even know what it's called. You're that side where is it
Is it
community?
on his community? It's a community tab, right? It's
Yeah,
on his channel.
yeah.
Yeah, it's community
It's a
tab. It's
community.
community post.
Yeah, so you put a community post, and it was asking which game do y'all want to see next, right? And I didn't know what to pick. I just made a comment like, "Yo, man, I don't know what to pick. Yo, I can't pick two of them." And it just said, "Yo, this or this." Ha ha ha. Interact. Made a comment,
Yeah.
and then he ended up playing a game that I would have never chose because I don't know that game.
Right.
But he made when I jumped into his live, and I said, "Oh, so you're playing this game? It's called Frankenstein," and it's not a brand new game, but I'm like, "Oh, so you're playing this?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, boss. Turns out that, like, yo, this is what the people them wanted. Like, this is what it was overwhelmingly on Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Why is it that I see like the man is clocking like 30,000 views, 10,000 views from like 100 or 200? Like, how? What? When did that happen? And that happened because of
Yeah.
this of the feedback. He
Right.
literally got feedback, what people want to see. And
Facts.
it was like just a sliver, because there's a lot of popular games. And then there was a title that you wouldn't expect. It's part that he chose it, knowing loosely that like people might want this. And then the
Yeah.
people spoke and decided on that game. And really and truly, it was at the right moment, right time, perfect time for him to play that specific game. Would it have worked 3 months from now? I mean, 3 months ago, who knows? 3 months from now, who knows? But it was the perfect time. And interacting with
Right.
your audience, only interacting with your audience causes
Right.
that, you know.
I
So
agree.
yes, I definitely do get ideas from the audience.
um, Grace says we all need good people. I support because I believe in loyalty and people building up other people. I will always support and be present to the fullest whenever I can. She says, and you probably loved it. And good for him. He taught you a lot in a small interaction.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. That's right. That's right. I
and
actually,
comment numbers help boost the algorithm. Facts.
yeah, yeah. That's the thing too. Yeah, it goes over people's heads a lot of times. Sometimes we think that, oh, it's just it's only jumping in a live or watching or pressing like, but like yeah, it's also making comments, making meaningful comments that that because the whole world is looking at it as well, and it might
Facts.
your comment might attract someone else that may not have come through. Like they're skimming by and they see, hey, why did that comment say that? And they might look at the comment longer, click on the content, look through it, and then they end up enjoying it. So everything matters, you know. It's this whole entire ecosystem of a community that that we develop that makes it, you know. Yeah.
Facts. Creativity says that's why I always try to comment so much. Kylie says, yes, so true. And long engagement and responses push it out further. That is true. Because
Yeah.
when there's a lot of interaction in the comment section, then the views go up. The more people comment and interaction is, the more the views going to go up and the more it's going to push out. So that's absolutely 100%.
Yeah, I must say too, like before it just only the before AI it was bots, and the bots, what the bots would do, they would look at, oh, there's interaction, so there's comments, interaction, and that's one scale. There's likes, interaction, that's one scale. And there's retention, that's one scale. But now with AI, it's literally looking, it's scanning in within like microseconds, fractions of a second, like how what's actually being said, you know. So you can say like, you know, yeah, so true. AI is picking that up and it's quantifying it within the whole totality of the interaction, you know.
Hmm.
So everything, like the community matters more than ever now, and when it comes
Facts.
to
Facts.
yeah.
Um, I live. I'm live. Oh, I'm live a couple hours. One or two people commenting on stop can make it like 10 people are chatting. That's true. And she says yes. And she says comments are related and prove worth. Good thing I love to talk. We love that. Okay, I think I caught up on the questions. And again, for those that's in the bushes and those that, are here, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. This is Adventure
Absolutely.
Boss X. He is a gamer. So if you're into that type of stuff, please go over and, show him some love. Check out his content. And I promise you, like, he keeps it festive. Like, he's very entertaining. He's very, very entertaining.
I try to be, you know. So,
He's, as
sometimes
I
it's
said,
hard. I'm like, what am I doing right now? It's like, all
now
right.
he does,
Yeah, I
he gets
try.
very entertaining. And especially when once you I know, like, now that, because I remember, like, even like like from like a year ago, from a year ago, like it's coming a long way. It's come a long way. And you have more
Yeah.
people that's steady on your stuff, because before it was just like me and you. For a long time it would just be me and you on your gaming. And then there was three other people. So there was like four of us on there. Um, and then they kind of took over because I started to sleep. So they were over there rolling with you and stuff like that. That was on your Twitch. Do you still stream on Twitch?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Okay.
Twitch is like, oh, it makes me twitch. Like Twitch, I don't
Yeah.
know what is up with Twitch. Twitch is something different. Like ah, Twitch is difficult. Every platform has a different vibe to it, has a different build method to it. But yeah, I stream on Twitch as well. Twitch and YouTube are the main jump
Right.
offs. But yeah.
Yeah. And now, like, when I stop by or whatever and I see, like, you have enough well, you have the people interacting and stuff in your comment section, I'm like, okay, good. Like, I feel like I can go sleep now. I don't need to stay as long, like, because a lot of times, before, it was because, like, whatever, like, reasons why I was able to stay up and stuff with you or whatever. But now your
No,
girl be
you're a
falling asleep from
superstar.
like,
You're a
hmm.
superstar. No, you're too busy.
No, now
I'm
your girl
telling
be
you.
sleeping. Your girl believes in sleep. Now I'm a strong believer in sleep nowadays. I, I be sleeping. Sometimes I feel like I sleep too much because I be sleeping. Like, now that I start my art stuff, I try to do it early in the morning. I be waking up past the hours and I'll be like, oh my gosh, why? But anywho, let me continue because it ain't about me. um, Even if you're not, I bet you have a bunch of friends that are. Share him with your friends. We have the same friends. We have the same friends. We grew up. We went to junior high together, right? So pretty much everybody that I know, he knows. And matter of fact, he knows more people than me because I'm more like antisocial. I am.
That's not true. She don't.
I I
She don't.
am.
Yo, she don't. No, 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 no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yo, yo. You choose. You actually choose to stay home. The amount of people that want they beside you and go to you and party with you and go. Nah, man. Nah, man. Nah, man. She's a real superstar here. She's the the popular people in school. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, 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 no. Not today. She's the popular one. She's a superstar. She's just trying to be. She's just humbling up herself. I don't know why, but
But I am okay, fine. I choose to be antisocial. I don't think I choose. I am antisocial, but for some reason, like people always want to like be around me, but I
yeah.
choose to be by myself. I, I, okay, that's a different topic. Okay, let's continue. Let's just even if you're not into gaming, just support him, guys. Facts.
Oh,
Support is
thank you.
free. Even if it's like, and I always say like, and I'm gonna say this because I'm a strong believer in this. Like, if you guys are not into gaming, right? Don't go and sub to his channel if you guys know that you guys are not going to be watching his content or be a part of his live or whatever the case is, because you're gonna mess up his algorithm, and clearly you're not his niche, you're not his target audience, and that's okay, that's fine, right? If you do want to support, again, you don't have to subscribe, but you could go and watch a few lives, make a playlist or run. There's other ways to support without damaging people's repertoires, okay? Let's not do this in the 2026, all right? let's support let's support in a way that actually spells out support, all right? So yeah, go watch a video. You can watch a video too. You could watch make let a playlist run, right, without interfering with what he got going on, because at the end of the day, we want him to find the people that he's looking for.
Yeah.
I just have to
Thank
say
you.
that.
Thank
So
you. Thank you.
if it comes
That's
off
some.
the wrong way,
No, no,
I'm
no. That's some
sorry,
real
but
stuff.
it's the
I
truth.
wanted to say. I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to say it, but I was like, oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say that. I don't know how to say what you just said. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Because
Yeah,
ultimately,
I
it's
was
gonna give me more space to be able to. Because I'm a creator. Like I have so much things I want to create and entertain. So there might be something else that might fancy you guys in the future when I have enough space and time to be able to do that. So
facts.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Creativity says, I hear Kick or something like that was really good for gamers too. Do you know what that is?
Kick. Okay, yeah. So I do. Okay, so I do stream to Kick. I do also. As a matter of fact, I almost forgot that, but I also kind of didn't want to say because the thing is like the Kick audience. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know the Kick. I don't know the Kick audience. Like it's like they're very they're very spammy. They're
Mm,
very extremely body. They're very and the ones that are on there for the sake of being on there, they're very volatile. Like how people talk about the Twitter community, they're very volatile. So
right.
not all of them, but just the general ecosystem. But I still did want to have some more outreach with Kick, so I decided to multi-stream to Kick. So if you notice, if you go to Kick, it'll have stuff funneling towards YouTube and Twitch, but I don't have anything funneling towards Kick, you
Right.
know. But for some reason, Kick is growing faster than Twitch
Okay, okay.
because I don't know if it's because Kick is new. I don't know if it's because I don't know why. but they do have a healthy gaming community on Kick
Mm-hmm.
that is a little bit more. It seems like they're a little bit more appreciative than Twitch, which is weird.
Right.
I'm still learning the temperature and the vibes of it. I've gotten a few people that like actually genuinely appreciate me. They send comments and stuff like, "Yo, yeah," because a lot of times on my streams, I'll do my best to talk positive things because you leave people with positive energy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do have a kick as well. And when I have better internet, I may stream to other platforms as well. When I get the TikTok, I'll do that. So I definitely will be multi-platform as time goes on. As anybody should tell you the truth. Um, but yeah, the main ones right now is Twitch and YouTube.
Okay. Casa says yes with thumbs up. Crazy said laughing out loud, not you, meant everyone else. He said no, Nav. Casa said, creative said me too. Yes, and we all have gamers in our community. That's true. It never hurts to hit one darn button. Health facts. Casa says G. Um, but Kick is supposed to pay their people more. Um, Chris says don't need to be a gamer though to learn something though. As well, no one is one dimensional. Facts. Creative says yes, and she says 1000% Chris. And I have not even attempted Twitch yet. You should try it. Creativity. I think Twitch will be a really good platform for you. I personally didn't know about no kicks until just a while ago. This is the first time I'm learning about kicks,
Yeah.
but you know.
Kick is more so like Kick is like is a Kick is a place where people can be a little bit less restricted.
Okay, okay,
You know,
okay.
like on Twitch, if you're IRL streaming and then something happened and somebody bucks somebody, like bam, like you're probably you're gonna get suspended or something, most likely. YouTube,
Mm,
you're gonna that video won't be able to be monetized, that kind of stuff. But on Kick, you can watch a UFC fight on Kick. You know what I mean? Whereas Twitch, that's like a no. YouTube, that's like a no. You know, so Kick is more so unbridled in that sense, and
right,
that's why you'll have a little bit more degeneracy over there. Um, but it it because it's new, it brings in it brings in the good and the bad. So it's something that I'm definitely ex- adventuring into.
right. Creativity. I think so because honestly, I was able to venture off on Twitch because like I said, well, I didn't say this yet, but I'm gonna say it now. When okay, so before I was even really into or doing YouTube the way I was doing YouTube, I was
Hmm.
mostly just always watching and supporting Adventure Boss on his channel. Before I never used to watch his channel from YouTube. I used to always watch it from Twitch, right? And there are times like when like life was life and he didn't get to post on Twitch, but because like I wasn't really getting notifications for him, I would often go and check to see if he's on there, right? Or sometimes like I'll just message and say, "Hey, are you going on right now?" if I don't get notifications. But many times I'll just check and see if he's on there and whatever the case is. And there's times like when he's not on there and I'll be like, "Hey, let me see what this is about." And I'll go venture and I'll look, I mean, just go explore the app and stuff. And I've seen a lot of different type of content. I think it's mostly known for the gaming, but I've seen people doing crafts.
Oh yeah, yeah,
I've seen people doing a whole bunch of different type of things on there. So yeah, for what it is that you do, I feel like it could be a thing. Like, you know what I mean? And plus you never know until you try. You know what I'm saying? Like, always
yeah.
try before you knock it. So go on, because there's a whole variety different. Jeez,
Mm.
not me boxing up my mic, sorry. There's a whole diverse community over there, but I guess because like I said, people normally just talk about gamers, right? When you hear
Yeah.
about Twitch, you hear gamers, so that's all people really know. But
Well,
there's
the
there's a
thing
lot
is,
going on over there.
yeah, where Twitch is concerned, they started as like a live gaming platform. It was always
Yeah,
just gaming, right? So that's where it's centered around. But with the popularity of streaming and IRL stuff, it just expanded to just everything. And then Kick came in as the
alternative.
right, exactly. So that's why you'll have a lot of game centered stuff, but you'll have everything as well, just like on Twitch. So
Right. She says, "LOL, I'll get in trouble over there, sweet, or not. My mouth can get me in trouble. Maybe I'll look into it." Classic is giving hearts. Yeah, go try. You never know. And
mhm,
I always tell people, because me, like, I've been on so many different platforms and stuff like that, and I had an opportunity to see like the different type of people, the different type of audience each platform brings. And then with that, I also learned like which platform was best for me, like, you know what I mean. So
mhm,
sometimes you have to go around the block, you know what I mean, circle back, go around and see what's what, because you never know, you might go over there and then be like, you know what, to heck with the tube, I'm gonna go over there and spend most of my time because it's popping over here. Like, you know what I mean. So
mhm.
try a thing, you never know. um Let me see where I am with my audience. Okay, so the next question I have for you, and I have just, it's just a few more questions left. I know my interviews last long. I apologize.
No, it's all good.
Okay. um so in terms of feedback, right, and like, you know, the bots and other people that come on, whether it's positive or, you know, critical or whatever it be, like, how do you handle that, like the feedback overall from the commenters, whether positive or negative, or whether it's like critical.
Um, well, it's just it, I tend to center myself, around the facts. You know, and the fact is that like everyone, even everyone in chat right now, everyone that came through, all the lurkers in the background, they're getting a snapshot version of me. You know, and for someone, if someone comes in, if say for example, if someone was to come into the chat and be like, "Yo, you suck," it's like, okay, it's up to me to take that on or not. It's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you. And it's like it just takes a bit of tough skin, it takes a bit of maturity actually to be able to um, to not be negatively affected by criticism or feedback. And if I start to notice that I am being negatively affected, it's just a thing to remember to center myself. So, all right, well, oh, that comment's getting to me. Oh, that me messing up that gameplay. Oh, I'm really thinking about it after after the live ends and something's bothering me. Um, just going back to doing things that take you away from that for a second. You have to step away a lot of times,
Right.
and remind myself that like it's okay to step away for a second. So doing things like making music, watching anime, do something completely different. Let me just jump into a some online. Let me jump into Arc Creators and not stream, and just talk to people on the stream. Let me talk to you. Like get reminded, like you do. Yo, am I whack? Hold on, and just hear the feeling. What are you talking about? And just get that positive. You always need people in your circle that can remind you of who you are. It's
Right.
highly highly necessary because you can't, not one kingdom was built with one person. It's impossible. Not one invention. Elon Musk has his empire right now. He even said himself he's not the smartest person in his company. Like he hires smart people that are okay with being in the background. And I could imagine that there's people in his life that remind that not just bombard him with positivity, but literally put things in perspective to him. You need to, and when you have those people, when I have those people, it is more like when you talk about value, when you talk about things that are priceless, you literally, someone can give me right now, give me $1 million, but I can't talk to Novelty ever again. I would not accept it because the value of someone that knows you, that can literally ground you, that that they can literally put things in perspective. This is completely priceless. Now you see, knowing that, just knowing that allows me to handle stuff because all I have to do is just think about. Even if I'm going through the motions, like, oh man, like, oh, I can't do this right now. Even if I can't do it right now, I'll remind myself, like, just think about where I am, who I have around me, and then that helps
Right.
exponentially. And that's how I deal with negative feedback, negative comments, or any bad things that's happening in life per se. You you need a team. You need your focus group. You need, like, yeah, that's how I handle it.
It's the yeah with that. Creative says I would have told them off with a smiley face. She says I'm kind, but I can be brutal, so I shut it down before I let my mouth run. Chris says 7. What does that mean, Chris? And Creative says you've learned to regulate yourself. That's impressive. Right? We learn from every single person we encountered. Facts. And she says, right, money isn't worth losing good people. Facts. Nothing, period, is worth losing good people because good people are rare. Okay, we got that. Okay, I caught up with the comments. I caught up with the comments. So the next question I have for you is what advice would you give to someone who wants to start a gaming channel today?
The advice I would give to somebody starting a gaming channel is you'll have to, before you even do anything, you have to know why you're doing it. You have to first know what is the ultimate reason why you're doing it. Are you doing it to make money? Are you doing it to be cool? Are you doing it to because you think it's the easiest thing to monetize and make money? Like, why? And then from that, you kind of work your way outward, and you'll be able to fit things in. Because if you're not able to if you're not able to do things for a long period of time, then you won't be able to. You won't. Because even if you're super successful within the first week, that can actually be more damaging than if it took a year, because you didn't
That's
have a
true.
year of learning stuff.
That is true.
Like, if you took a year, 2 years to build and develop, and then something happens that actually, like, hinders you, or that is an obstacle, that year, 2 years of developing that tough skin, those circumstances of problem solving, you'll be able to adjust way better than if you blew up after a week, and then you have all
Hmm.
these followers, all these things, and then something happens where you don't know how to pivot, you don't know how to adjust, you don't know how to adapt, and you know and all of it can just go away in just minutes, if you don't have that, like, that mindset to be in it for the longevity. I've heard that said a lot of times, but doing it, I've known that too, even doing other content like years ago with entertainment and parties and stuff. But doing it this way now, it's like I could feel it more, I could see it more. So, like, I feel more compelled to say it. You gotta know that you're doing it for a long time. So if the reason why you're doing it doesn't line up with doing it for a long time, maybe you can do a variant of it. You have to know, because it like your energy, like your excitement, your passion for it will translate
Hmm.
into everything that you do with that thing. You know, there's a lot of content that I could make, but when I think
Hmm.
about, hmm, I'm gonna be like, I have to do this when I don't want to do it. There's not a lot of things that I can do when I don't want to do it. You know,
Yeah,
it's all like, there's only so many things. Like talking to people is one, making music is one, video games is one. I'm not gonna name all of them, but like, you know,
yeah,
can you do it when no one's watching?
true.
That's like the
That's true.
most important thing. And then everything, I would say that's like the most important thing, because then the energy, it transfers, it translates, it compels you to learn more things. It compels you to develop new tactics. It compels you to grow, and that growth is the thing that makes you achieve success.
That's true. That's true. I was it I think yesterday or the day before I was, doom scrolling on YouTube. I think it was YouTube or Instagram. One of the two. I don't remember. Like I don't know what possessed me, but I end up scrolling on the shorts or whatever it was, but it was in that format. And there was what because I watch a lot of motivational content. So, the algorithm's gonna show you these things. And one of the things that it showed me was there was a man and there was stairs and there was stairs and then there was like I think what do you call it, trampoline right beside the stairs, and then there was audience around. I don't know if you guys seen it. And basically like he walked up, there was like he walked up, like say there was like it's a stair, it was just like a random stairs like with like 20 stairs, right? It didn't lead to anything. And he got on like he ran up the first few stairs and then he fell on the trampoline. And the title, by the way, for a little bit more content, the title of it um said, I think it says something like understanding failure, right? And that was it. It didn't have anything else other than the man, he'll run up a few stairs and then he'll fall on the trampoline, and the trampoline will bounce him back up, and then he'll go up a few more and he'll fall down, then he'll go back up, and then he'll fall back down a few stairs and fall on the trampoline, and then he just continues the process, each layer of the stairs, right? Sorry. And finally it will end with him going like getting to the top, but each time he got to the top he'll still fall down until he finally eventually got to the top, right? And then
Mm,
the audience started to cheer, and that was the end of it. And I said that because you were talking about the fact that if you start and you just pick up today, like it could be, so for some people it works out, but for many people it could be the death of you, because it's like, what did you learn? How did you get here? Like, you know what I mean?
right.
The certain steps that things you would have learned on your journey, you kind of bypass that and you
Exactly.
got here. So then when it comes to the pressure, you're going to end up failing, right? It's a possibility that you might end up failing because you don't know how to conduct yourself. You don't know how to handle all of that, right? It
Hmm.
just came about the place. Whereas if you go through the struggle, you also go through the setbacks, you go through, the blood, sweat, and tears. So you know how to handle every situation, right? So when you get to the top, what could pull you down but yourself, right? So I get that from the stairs, because from what I take from it, my interpretation of that is no matter how much times he fell, he got up, right? And
Exactly.
it's not about falling, it's about how much time he was willing to get back up, right? And how
Exactly.
many times he kept on pushing, right? And the fact that every time he gets a little step higher, he falls back down, right? Says like in life we're gonna reach a certain point, but then we're always gonna fall back down. But are you about that life? Like, are you finna get back up and going? And he kept on going until he got to where he needed to be at, right? Till he got to the top. So,
That's right. That's
let me
right.
get to the comments. Sorry.
Sorry. One second. I'll be right
Okay,
back.
do your thing. I'm just gonna read out some comments. Um, where are we? Creativity says your why matters because when you have to preserve the why keeps you going. Facts. And 7-7 personal power, good luck, positivity, and connection with source. I like that. Chris says, from watching you two, I've learned more about philosophy, compassion, and humanity than gaming or art channels often are not all tied up in their titles. Thank you. And Creativity says 100%. And she says, Chris, I agree wholeheartedly. She says facts. She says, I think no matter what I do, um, it always leads back to healing and sharing help with others. And Chris says, good on you, creativity. And she said, thank you, Chris. And says, yes. And she says, I did see that. And when he fell, he bounced back harder. He landed solid facts. Exactly. I seen that and like it resonated so deeply with me because I'm just like, and sometimes like we all need that little refreshment, like, that little reminder because there's a lot of times like I get like, for me, sometimes it feels like you get like 5 step ahead, but it only brings you 10 step back. Right? And then sometimes it's like, oh man, do I give up or do I keep going? But the fact that like he kept on going, it gives me that reminder like no matter how much times you fall, you got to keep going because you never know when you're going to get to the top. Like, you know what I mean? At least that's what I took from it. That's my interpretation. That strong foundation never lets you crumble. The pivot pushes you harder. Facts. Get your butt back up. Keep on trucking. Facts. She says, "Me too. Never give up. Don't have Oh, I don't. I never give up on me. I think I read that right. Okay. I love that. For some reason, it seems like when you sat back down, your hair got taller. It's just me. It's-
For some reason.
It seemed like when you sat down, your hair got longer. Because I guess because I was reading the comments, I looked up for a minute, and then I don't know. For a second, it looked like your hair was so long, and I was like, but it's because your hair is black, and then your clothes is black, so it kind of fade in, and for some reason, it just
Yeah,
gave so much a length. um, okay, tell me when you're ready.
let me see if I can plug in this again because I got some joke. Hello,
Okay, we can hear
hello, yeah,
you.
yo, yo, mic check,
We can
microphone, plug in, everything plug in.
testing, testing. I forgot what the DJ used to say when they were doing all that.
Yeah.
Okay, ready for the next question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you plan to expand into new game genres, formats, or series?
Definitely. Yes, yes. I'm not partial to gameplay. I I play every sort of game. I must say, except sports games and racing games for whatever reason. I don't know. But
You don't like them?
um there's something about, I guess, back when I used to kind of play sports games, like every game has different, is designed different, like they have different physics and dynamics to it. I just never like like it would just upset me, like the physics, the gameplay physics. What do you mean you didn't charge? Hold on, yo, this whole time the
Oh,
thing didn't charge up. Yo, how can this thing is sucking off the battery life that I haven't. All right, who cares? Okay, anyways, so the gameplay that yo, anyhow, the gameplay physics from sports games, I didn't like it, and I just never got back into it because you're
okay,
controlling
okay.
people running around, and like it just never made sense. I'd rather play a fighting game, or something like that, because it never made sense to me, and I never got back into sports games because how they run, how they interact with like a basketball or football or whatever. It's like I didn't like the mechanisms of it. Never got into it, and then racing games. I'm just driving around the track. I don't know. It just never got like, okay, whatever this is. Not to say that I wouldn't play it, because I definitely would. If I go to an arcade, Yes,
Mm.
I'm playing a racing game. I don't care. I'm walking the steering wheel and I'm driving on it. Um, but it would take some collaboration. It would take somebody to bring me into that ecosystem and make it fun for me. Like how I
Right,
try to
right.
make certain games fun for other people that aren't aware of it. You know, um, whether it be like survival games or role playing games or adventure games or even puzzle. I'll play even puzzle games, platformer games. The kind of side scrolling game like Mario. Super Mario is a platformer where you're like it's like 2D and you're just like a figure running across the world or the platform.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, I'm open to playing any kind of game because that's what Adventure Boss X is. It's an entire adventure.
Right. I love that. I actually love racing games. I don't know. I like
Yeah, you see, it would take you to pull me into that ecosystem. So get your game up.
I, I've
Yeah, I
been
dig
working on it for like
it.
10 years now. I don't know when I'm gonna reach, but one day, one sweet day. Mm. Creative says never give up. I don't give up on me. Chris says a microphone check. Microphone checker. That's facts. Creative says yes, sir. Chris says facts. Creative says the last game I played was SSX Tricky. You know that game?
SSX tricky. I don't know what that is.
Okay, we gonna find out. She says, don't you have to move your whole team or something? I want a game I can win, even if it takes ages. You can win on regular video games. You can play some PUBG. I'll be promoting PUBG. They need to pay.
Yeah, you be playing PUBG and you're not even getting on PUBG. Hurry up and get on PUBG. I even downloaded PUBG. Where you there?
I don't have no space, and trust me, like I be dreading because sometimes I find myself on here finding people on YouTube that play PUBG just to get a local experience.
They want to clip
Just
you.
to like be like, yes, but I need to get back on it because I miss PUBG. I miss PUBG. You know what? I miss PUBG.
Yeah,
I
I
need a
know.
new
You used to
phone.
play PUBG all the time. I'm like, yo, you play video games? What is this?
Yeah,
But yeah,
Shari
yeah.
says Shari's like, Mom, I'm kind of glad that you don't play PUBG no more. She's like, because you be throwing some tantrum.
You be rage gaming.
No, because they always every time, guys, every time I'll for some reason because I play like how I live, right? I'm always playing by myself, right? Sometimes I used to have teams, but they're not always on, so I play by myself. I team up with random people, and for whatever reason, they wait till we get to a certain point of the game when we're almost winning, and then they blow me up or something. My own teammate, and then they take my stuff. So yes, I'm be upset. I'm
That
gonna be
sounds
upset. Like, why would you do that? Let me not get into it
haters.
because I feel the pressure coming up.
Haters. Haters. You shouldn't play something like Arc Raiders then, because like
I'm telling.
oh
I
man.
can't. I get upset. I get upset. I be want to go back in the game and find those exact same players, take some revenge. But Creative says I love puzzle games, and she says, haha, novelty. Snowboarding games, PS2. No, I can't. She says I tried COD and couldn't even walk right, let alone shoot. And she says, haha, that would be me for sure. I would never get anything done because I have to go till I win. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But it'd be fun. Okay, my next question for you is what's the next milestone you're working towards in terms of adventure about sex?
The next milestone. 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 Okay. Um Quantitative value. The next milestone. Oh jeez. I don't even know. I'm trying to oh man. Oh man, I don't even know how to answer that.
Thank you, classic.
Big up yourself, classic. You don't know. I don't even know. My next milestone.
Hmm.
Mile the stone that's a mile away. The next one, still a mile away. I guess just more followers, because it's kind of weird for me to like I don't know but right now milestones for me are very ethereal, spiritual, like metaphysical. Like it's not tangible. It's like stuff, self development stuff, really. But I don't want to mention that. I've mentioned a lot of that. That's where I am right now with gaming, with my channel. But milestone, like quantitative value, it's easy to say something like, "Oh, like 100 followers or something." Like I guess, but um, the next milestone, the next milestone, because it's weird, simply because I get so much. I have ridiculous retention, and I don't understand why. Like the amount of people that I actually know,
Hmm.
like, and when I say no, like I know of Chris, let's say, I know of Franco connected, I know of you, you know what I mean? Like, if there's certain people that come into the chat, I would have I interacted with them a bit before. I met them through you, and it's kind of like, but then there's still so much in the back end, is the numbers are going off, and I'm like, it doesn't make any sense. How do I have like 35, what is it, 36, I lose followers and I get more views? It doesn't make sense. So milestone, it's hard to put a beat on it, but I guess get to a point where I can really use my analytics, where it levels out, where I can, where they it gives me something that I can adapt to and create around. So I guess yeah, just m- more, not more followers, but more
Like more of a community, more people
y-
that like that's
yeah,
more
just
like interactive and stuff like that that interact with you.
right, just more
Mm,
of an actual community, more engagement. Because
right,
you can have, I've seen channels where these guys, they have 5,000 followers, and it's only there's only literally like, and I sit there and I watch people's streams, and it's like 10 people, 10 people that are like, "Yo, what's up? I'm so glad to see you." And they're interacting. I'm looking like, "Yo, you have 5,000 people in this jump off. Like, how? It doesn't make any sense. Like, why is there only 10 people? You know, I would love to have. This is my milestone, to have at least 100 average active interactive persons within my community.
right,
So and for me, that, like, that's a lot. So that means I would have like anywhere 1,000 plus followers. So I guess that would be like the stage of being monetized.
right,
But that's not necessarily my milestone to be monetized. So you can see what I'm saying. Like, it's like a lot of goals are micro goals embedded within other larger um platform, any larger milestones. Like, but they
your
all,
achieve
like,
larger achievements.
yeah, they all weave together, kind of thing. So I guess my next milestone is to just have more engagement,
Right.
more
That's
engagement.
and that's legit. I like that because numbers don't necessarily equate to anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it
Hmm.
doesn't mean that you have anything going on, right? Because I I, I think everybody's seen it. Like, there's people that have like millions of followers and they have like 100,000 likes or even 10,000 likes. Like, you know what I mean? And it's like,
Hmm. Hmm.
what the heck? Like, because I realize though a lot of times people like I call it mercy liking and mercy subbing. So
Hmm.
for me, that's like, yeah, it's like people that just see like a one content and be like, oh my God, I need to support it because this resonated with me, right? And then they sub, but they don't necessarily like that content. Like, you know what I mean? They just sub because
Yes.
they see you, or some people like, oh my God, she's so pretty, or he's so handsome, or oh my God, they have a nice smile. Let me subscribe. Oh my gosh, I like how they dress. Let me subscribe. But it don't really have anything
Right.
else to do with your content, right? Yeah, and then that's why you end
Exactly.
up having X amount of subscribers and no engagement, right?
Exactly. That's
Yeah,
literally that's what I don't want. I think that's why I don't necessarily, because I play sometimes and there's stuff I can I can like put together something that can be very entertaining just from the gameplay I have, whether it be like I can overdub narration, put some background music, put some special effects, and make some stuff really, really entertaining. But what's gonna happen is people are gonna either follow or like or comment based off of that,
right.
right? But that's not really what I want. I want like to be able to have like a whole entire community where it's like, all right, you know, they're cleaning the house on a Saturday or on a afternoon, and they'll put on Adventure Boss because he knows that because he or she knows that, like, okay, Adventure Boss will be talking about something that's of substance. He'll be having like something that's very entertaining, and every now and then when I glance at the screen, when he says, "Oh, check this out, yo, this is crazy," and I glance at the screen, it'll be entertaining and cool and fun, and you know what I mean. Like whether it be they're commenting or whether it be they're actually there for what I'm saying, or there for the actual gameplay, or there for a combination of all of them. I'd rather that than a whole heap of followers. Because I'm telling you, I have a lot of lurkers, and I'm not sure if it's because they're coming from other countries and they're like, yo, I don't know, I'm not gonna subscribe. I don't know if it's because YouTube shows it to them, and then because they seen it, it goes within their within their algorithm, and then they just go on YouTube again to just look at just to binge on YouTube, and then because they looked at my stuff, it shows up to them again, and then they choose me again, and it just keeps on happening like that, but they never actually subscribe.
Right.
I would rather that because they're they're literally watching for like 20 minutes at a time,
Yes.
30 minutes at a time. Like my Yote streams, like to how am I getting 90-minute averages, like an hour and a half? I don't know if you guys understand how much that is when it comes to like
Yeah, that's massive. That's huge.
that's ridiculous. And I like for 30 people watching, 40 people watching, is that's already really high for me, because I should average anywhere from 5 to 10. When I get 20, I'm like, oh my goodness, thank you. But then the retention is that much more. I'm like, I'm humbled, I'm like so appreciative. So that's why sometimes I go on stream, I get not because of the gameplay, not because of, but I get nervous because it's like you there's people actually that I actually like this, regardless of if they press like or
Right.
subscribe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I really, my milestone is to actually have a community established where I can actually go and be like, "What's up, people? Wagwan. I'm going to talk to you today. I'm
Facts.
going to tell you about something that happened here or there." Or someone comments and says, "Hey, what do you think about this?" I can zero in on that comment and say, "Hey, you, Mr. So and so or Miss So and so, look, I'm going to talk to you," and have that actual community, because that, for the psyche, for the heart, and for something that is like monetizable, that is where
Yes.
it's at.
I love that. For me, I nowadays, like, I see viewers. Viewers to me are like shoppers.
Yeah.
They have to window shop. They window shop a lot.
Yeah.
Like, they come and they'll pick up this, and they might like everything in the store, but they ain't gonna buy anything, right? And
Mm,
sometimes as a shopper, like, like, they have to go shop around, right? And other times they'll keep coming back, right? But they're not ready to commit to anything. They're not ready to purchase anything right at that moment, right? So
mhm.
they keep coming back and they want to see if you're always going to be on the same programming, right? Like if your content is always going
Right.
to be it's up to par. And so they're just going to watch, right? And then eventually, then that's when you start to see your likes go up, right? You'll
Mhm.
start to see your likes go up. But yeah, that's pretty much sums it up. Like they're like shoppers. They're going to
Yeah.
look for a bit, but it takes a while for them to commit, right? So the good thing though is the fact that they're still looking and they keep looking, right? So once you know
Mhm.
your views are
Mhm.
still up there and still going up, it means that they're looking and they're looking. So the conversion is right around the corner. And for the people, for me, what I've noticed with my channel and stuff is I lose subscribers, like, like, it's not massive, like, but like, say today, like, I gain like 4 subscribers. I
Hmm.
might lose 3 of them tomorrow, or 2 of them, or 1 of them, right?
Mm.
But I realize for me, with every 3 subscribers I lose, maybe like a week down, or even sometimes like the next day, like I gain that 3 back, or I gain 4 more, right?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
it will stay flatline for a minute, and then the process starts again. So once
Mm.
upon a time, that used to drop my heart. Like, I'm like, oh my god, like the one look a subscriber couldn't stay. Like, oh my gosh, like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like, it hurt my heart. You have to have a strong heart for this, guys. It'll hurt my heart, but then I start to like be like, oh, okay, you know what? And the ones that go, they weren't meant for you anyways. Like, I'm trying to say, like, they weren't bringing
Right.
value. So it's good that you're weeding out what needs to go, so then you could bring in what you need. Like, I'm trying to say,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
let
sure.
me get
Another thing about that too is like everybody that makes content, this is for everybody out there too. Sometimes you put it in your mind, that you what's happening with YouTube right now is there's a lot of AI-ness that is that's the
consuming.
mechanism, not consuming, but like that's running YouTube. Before it was
Oh, okay.
people and bots. Now it's people, bots, and AI.
I thought you
You
meant the
know,
content, but yeah, okay.
yeah, they're regulating it. So what ends up so and they're also regulating accounts. There's people that make email addresses and then they just forget about it. Like, oh, I don't need this anymore. And then they delete it? No, it's just they're sitting there for how much years? Well, it's just sitting in an email address that has not been used for like 5 years. They
Right.
done forgot about it.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing that happens on YouTube, right? So if there is how much billions of hours, like every day, like I don't know how I forgot the numbers, but it's like a lot, hundreds of millions of hours uploaded to YouTube every single day.
Right.
There's hundreds and thousands of accounts. Like I forget that the world is so big with like so much people, and there and YouTube has encompassed that much of a user base. So
You're
what
right.
ends up happening is YouTube just ends up culling old accounts. You know what I mean? They might um like dormant accounts. We don't notice it because we have accounts that we use. Even if we have two
Right.
accounts, 3 accounts, we actually implement ourselves and actually use them. So
Right.
we're not of that world. But there's a world where people make an account to try something, make an account to spy on someone, and then forget about it. They forget their email
Facts.
address, they forget their login, and who cares? I'll make another one. And there's unfortunately there's people that can pass away. There's people that move to other places.
Yeah.
There's people that use AI to make batch accounts, and it's a thing. And it's like what ends up happening is that like someone someone may follow you, and then it's 6 months later that YouTube takes them away. But it seems like they're new, but they were just there in your account lurking, and then YouTube decides to go through your metrics and look at certain people, whether it be they're going through your account or they're just going through the YouTube ecosystem as a whole.
Mhm.
They'll comment and then they'll just do a culling, and that might be someone that was subscribed to you, and you see a follower lost, and it has nothing to do with you. So that's one thing
Right.
that I want to mention too, that sometimes it literally has nothing to do with you. So we can't take anything personal, you
Personal.
know?
Mhm.
Yeah. When you have a million followers, you won't notice anyway, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Classic says still here. Thank you, Classic. Creative says 50 subs next week. We speaking
Yeah.
it into existence. Casa says, "Take your time, bro. That's a hard one." Or that's when you start to answer the question.
Nah,
Sadie
yeah.
says, "Classic," and Creative says, "You're aligning internally first." And then she says, "Yeah, my numbers jump around a lot. I had to stop watching and just post what mattered to me." And she says, "Yes, I noticed that a lot." And she says, "Solid people." She says, "That's a fantastic goal to have." She says, "We are all striving for that. It's a solid, realistic goal." Casa says, "So true." And she says, "It's all in the game, y'all." And the creative says, "I'm that person." She says, "Think my most was 7, so you're killing it." I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Don't come for me. And she says, "You sure do." And Classic says, "Nah, I'm going to my bed, hun. I'm crashing. I will leave this live running by." Good
Big up
night,
yourself,
Classic. Thank you so much
classic.
for staying. This one, I think this is like the longest one I've had, but I have
Oh
about like
man.
3 more questions. Yes, the longest one I've had. So the next question I have for you is, how do you hope your channel impacts your audience in the long term?
uh well, I hope it impacts them in a way where it creates memories, where it creates a space where they can look forward to something. My channel is for that, for the person that is that is is a part of something, you know. It's like, there's a channel that I watch, like, I like ants. Like, look, I like ants. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know you
Like,
love ants.
I have a whole entire ant
I know.
colony. I watch a channel that's called Ants Canada. He just doesn't live in Canada anymore. He moved to the tropical areas where he can have tropical ants, because you can't have certain tropical ants in Canada, right? Because it's like illegal. So he moved over there to continue his I think it was like the Philippines, to continue his his YouTube journey and his content creation, and just to go back home and build that. But I noticed that, like, he creates seasons of series and episodes of what he's doing. Not to get into it or whatever, but I noticed that every Sunday I have it in my head and I look forward to it. It's like a kind of thing where just his vibes. We used to watch TV and cable TV and whatever we watch on TV, whether it be BET or Much Music, or whether it be like some cartoons on YouTube. Like, doesn't matter. Like, there's stuff that we kind of go to
Hmm.
for our own mental relief, or our own just excitement or enjoyment. And I noticed that I would always go to his channel for that kind of peace, that kind of,
Right.
like, yeah, that breakaway. I hope that my channel would be able to be that kind of breakaway from reality for a lot of people, just like gaming itself is a breakaway for me, even if, whether it be in bursts, little small segments, whether it be I jump in and play Rogue Legacy, like, one run, or whether our creator is just, oh, let me just jump in one run, put the controller down. It's like, just a little break, because everybody has their thing. Some people drink alcohol, some people do some weird things, who knows, right? But there's some people watch TV, like me. I game, and there's a lot of people that watch gaming too. There's people that play sports, there's people that.
Uh-oh. I think there's a possibility that his battery might have died. Or is it? Uh-oh. Let me see if he came back. I don't know what just happened. I think his battery might have died, guys. I think his battery might have died. I'll give him a minute and see if he's gonna come back up or not. Yeah, he's either frozen, but it's either he froze or his battery died. Because I know sometimes when the battery dies, so I'll give him like a minute. Yeah. So I think his battery might have died. Um, we'll give him a little bit and see what's going on. See if he comes back on. I have about like, let me see, 2 more questions for him. If he doesn't come up, we might have to call that a night. Yeah, mine does that too. It freezes like that when your battery dies. And knowing him, his battery takes forever to charge. So it's gonna be a hot minute before he's able to charge it up and come back on. So y'all have any questions for me? Let me go over some stuff with my channel while I'm here, while I'm waiting. So y'all know that I have my novelty craft, my what do you call this? My novelty corner sessions. It's not regulated as yet. It's you know, as I get them, I post them type of thing. I haven't had any other interviews so far. I don't have anything else lined up so far. But I'm looking into it. I'm looking into it. I'm trying to get a few more people up on here because I know you guys really like that these sessions. As for the other content on my channel, I'm doing my best every morning to do my drawing. I didn't do any today because I know I was having the interview and I had a whole bunch of other stuff I had to do today. So I will be doing my drawings in the AMs. And again, for those that are looking towards the gaming adventure Boss X, go over and holla at him. Check out his channel. He is pinned in the comment section. Let me see what comments I'm missing. Um, Creativity says you might have to do a part two. Maybe, but honestly, it's only like two more questions that was left. There's only like two questions that was left. We'll see because I'm surprised. Like I'm really grateful that he took the time out. Oh, here he comes. He's coming back. Let me see. He's coming back. Yeah, I'm surprised that he took the time out because he's very, very busy. Did your battery die?
It didn't even it didn't even say hey. So this whatever this live thing is yamming up the battery life. That's what's going on.
Mm.
Yeah, and it just so happened that so this is my media phone. If it was my other phone, yeah, it wouldn't charge for now.
Oh, I was just telling them that because did you hear me tell them that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
because I was like, knowing him, his phone's not going to charge for now, so he might not come back up. And Creedy was like, you might have to do a part two. I'm like, I have two more questions. I don't know if he's going to want to do, but okay. So, did you want to continue? Because you started to talk and then it cut out. So the question that I asked you was, how do you hope your channel impacts your audience in the long term?
oh yeah. It was just that like yeah. I hope it can be a space a space for people to come through and free up and relate and enjoy themselves and more so like yeah a place for creative people that want to be entertained, and for gamers, and
Okay,
yeah, for people that want like just free up themselves. If they don't want to watch like a TV show, they can come and interact. It's very
right.
interactive.
I love that. Creativity says, I like the drawing. Okay, with me, I just don't get to watch much during the week. Yeah, a lot of people surprisingly have been liking that. And actually, I like doing that. So I'm kind of glad I'm aligned with that. Um,
Mm.
and the next question I have for you is, what's one game you haven't played yet, but you really want to cover?
Oh yeah, you know what? That has to be the one that's coming up. It's
What
coming
is
up.
that? What is it? Why you always have to bring up the suspense?
It's a game that honestly it's like in the years in the making. Oh, I don't even want to go through like what I went through with this game. I thought the game wasn't even gonna be made from since 2018, 2019. I think it was 2018 that there was like a concept, the developers concept, where they were showing what the PS5 can do and the engines that they're building to run PS5. And I think that's what the argument was. And they have the different game engines that develop games. You have the only one that's coming to mind is like okay, the only one that's coming to mind, the most popular one right now is Unreal Engine 5. These people, they were creating a whole new video game engine to make a game. Now that game, when I saw a snapshot of it, it like it made me it was the game that made me want to even get PlayStation 5 in the first place. Then it disappeared.
Mhm.
And lo and behold, last year, um the I, the gaming conference, whatever it's called, they unveiled it again, and then they started pushing out some commercials, and then it's here now. The game is called Crimson Desert, and you best
I think
believe
I've
say
heard
I'm
of
going to
that.
be on that. I'm going to be on that game. That game. So it's not a game that's already out that I never got to play. The most Star Wars was a game that I never got to play that I'm doing that now and I'm playing now. So the next one that I never got to play that's not even out that I'll be waiting for is Crimson Desert. And
Crimson Desert.
I think it's a game that's gonna there's a lot of talk about it, but I based off of what they were talking about from years ago, how they're developing it, everything that they're trying to put into it, it seemed like it was way too much. It seemed like it was too good to be true.
Mhm.
But it's coming out. It's coming out next month. And I think it might I think it might set a standard in gaming. Just like how Fortnite or um GTA, how they kind of like everyone just and it just changed the whole ecosystem and it was that popular. This game might be like that,
Okay.
and I hope it is. I hope it is. So I should be one of
Okay.
the first few thousands that jump into that. So that's look out for that jump
Okay.
off.
I need to tap in because I need to see what that's all about.
Crimson Desert.
I need to
It's
see
an
what that's all about.
it's an adventure game. Um, you know, but there's so much more components in it that I can man, I don't even want to get into the details and the like all the things that make it that I believe are gonna make it great. You just kind of have to
Yeah.
tap in and see it. Because I would, of course, as I normally do, I will be explaining it in game when I'm streaming it.
Right. Yeah. I definitely got to come over for that. Creative says, I never watch TV Audible or YT. Chris says, sorry, guessing out loud, LOL. He says, oh, not even close. And Creativity says, oh, that's exciting. And she says, y'all light up your audience real quick. A good thank you. Um, you'll expand. Well, that compliment was for you, by the way.
For me, oh, I let it. Oh, thank you,
And
thank you,
she
thank you.
says, you'll expand exponentially when it comes out.
Yes, that is my hopes. I hope so. Thank you. Because especially
Yes.
because it has it has a lot of hype around it, and it's a new game. It's a AAA game. Coming out of not a new studio, but they put oh my goodness, they put a lot of work into it. A lot of times, but even movie production, like when people put a lot of work, even like anything we do, when you put a lot of effort into it, especially when there's a lot of um hurdles to face, they came over a lot of hurdles. They put a lot of new things in the game. I believe it should appeal to a lot of people. Yeah.
Okay.
But I hope people aren't just going, but get a bunch of followers and they're just like, yeah, Crimson Desert. They follow me just for Crimson Desert. I stop playing Crimson Desert and then I lose, lose beer people. Wouldn't want that,
Hopefully
but
not.
that's how it go.
Hopefully not. She says you will when you start playing the game. LOL. Yeah, a lot of people will want to watch you play, and it's really great to check those games out by watching others before you buy.
Yeah, true. And I'll be the
Yeah.
first. I'll be one of the first to be streaming it. So hopefully people can make their judgments based off of what they see on screen when I play. So and
So
by the
with that
way,
game, hmm?
hmm?
What did you say?
No, I was saying like by the way, with that same with with that same understanding, that's what that's one of the things that makes gaming um monetizable or attractive to sponsors,
That's
because
true.
it's a selling point. Like you're reviewing something, you're showcasing something for potential buyers. So sponsors love that. They eat that up.
That's true. I was gonna ask you, like, with that game, is it something you have to like pre-book in advance, or do you just grab it when it's hot?
You grab it when it's hot, but someone like but
Mm.
me, um I've only now started to pre-order games. I never used to pre-order games. I just get it when it comes out. But this game, especially because is this the first game I've pre-ordered like this? Like I swear it is.
No,
Because
you
I
pre-ordered one before.
yeah, but what did I pre-order? No, it was Yote I pre-ordered. No, there was one game I pre-ordered just to get the deluxe, just because I wanted a certain cosmetic, so that when I play, I can have that kind of cosmetic. I don't know if it was Forspoken. I can't remember, but who cares? The thing is, Crimson Desert. I pre-ordered it simply because I like 6 or 7 years. Stop it. 7 years ago. Um, yeah, I've seen this game a long time ago in development, and I was excited way before it got on the radar of it got on anybody's radar. So that for that reason, I'm like, yo, I'm supporting this studio. I'm buying the
Hmm.
pre-order. I'm buying the full deluxe, the biggest package. I don't care. I'm supporting this game because I wanted this game from forever. But yeah, it also benefits like my streaming schedule as well, to have something loaded in the chamber to go right on launch day.
Okay, great. So that makes complete sense.
Yeah.
What's one game? Okay, sorry, I read that already. So, oh, okay. Dang. Okay. So this is the last question that I have for you. Yes, all good things must come to an end. So the last question is, outside of gaming, what inspires your creativity, or or influences your content?
I would say audio things, like a lot of audio things. Like people think, okay, it's not just limited to music. I love I love sounds. The world is full of sound. Instruments were developed from the first woodwinds was because like probably no one knows for sure, but like air was blowing across an empty hollow log or a tree stump and made a whoo sound, and they developed instruments from that. Um, music, like natural life has music like embedded in it all over it. Like you go outside and you hear, it sounds kind of cliche me saying it, but you hear breeze blowing in the trees. That's why I love to take nature walks and stuff like that. You hear birds, you hear children laughing. The sounds of things inspire me. When I play a game and I hear the attention to detail that they put in the sound design, it literally that's a creative thing to me. It inspires the heck out of me. Um, um, like I'll think of creative things just from audio, much less music. So you can imagine how much more music influences my creativity. There's that, and there's animation, namely anime, not limited to anime, but animation, anime. Some of the most creative things I've ever experienced came from anime. Visually, when it comes to like watching a show or something like that, um, and the stories that are embedded within them. These are the things that like literally make me tilt my head and just literally think beyond the stars. Like think of things that I would never normally wouldn't be able to grasp before. You know, it inspires me to go down a rabbit hole of like science, let's say, and like researching photons. Like some little scientist, I'm like literally like googling terminologies and stuff like that. If it wasn't for the creative aspects of my life, I wouldn't be able to imagine certain things that have to do with science. And that has nothing to do with creativity. That's like God's creation. But how sound enters my ear opens up my imagination to so much more things. How people write stories open up my mind to so much things, and how they present it visually opens up my mind to many, many things. So, and all those elements are embedded in gaming too. That's one thing that has me being a gamer too. Yeah.
Okay. Creativity says that makes complete sense. Good for you. Sound and frequency. She says connecting to your surroundings and keeps you in the present, not the past or future. Sound like that grounds you in here and now.
Hmm.
Um, she says he rabbit holes. Those can be fun. Oh, and and let me see. She says you will when you start playing the game. You'll okay. Sorry, I read that part already. Okay, those are all her comments. Those are all her comments. Thank you so much. So this is like the last of the segment. This is the part where I allow you to anything that you felt like I missed that I didn't cover during this interview, or anything that you want to let the people them know. Anything in regards to your channel. You know, any other adventures that you have coming up, anything you want the people to support, anything of that nature that you want to talk about, this is where I give you the platform and give you the opportunity to go ahead and talk to the people then.
Well, um, I think like I think I wouldn't know where to start. I think we covered so much stuff that have to do with Adventure Boss. Again, I don't want to like like be like bigging up myself. I don't know if it's a big up, but it's um there's a lot more stuff that I do and that I'm interested in and things like that. Mm, mm, I don't want to muddle up Adventure Boss with Raging B and the overwhelmingness of the things that I dabble in. So this was a very awesome, very very visceral interview. I appreciate it a lot. Like there's a lot of good points. There's so many points that you covered that I done forgot to cover or mention, things that I didn't want to say that you ended up saying. So I really appreciate you for that. There's not much that I'm sure I'm sure there is, but there's not. I less is more. I don't know.
No
There's
pressure. I mean,
I'm still growing. I'm still
yeah.
growing in terms of the channel development, in terms of implementing my creativity within the game, within the channel and stuff like that. So there is a lot of things coming. If I had time, I know for a fact I would be light years from where I am right now. But because I have like work and responsibilities and things like that, it makes the pace the way it is. So just bear with the kid. Um, there's a lot coming, and to that fact, yo, cherish cherish the people that are around you, and don't take for granted the time what you have. You know what I mean? Because as life got busy for me, as things unfold, and the keep up that I have to keep up, I realize that like how precious certain points of my life were.
Hmm.
Where I actually had amazing creative outlets, resource things that I would like that I cannot put a monetary value on, because it's like that's how precious it was, as well as the time that I had to be able to do certain things. So just always appreciate every moment. Don't be like FOMO, like, oh, look, you only live once, let me do everything, let me just be crazy. No, it's not about that. It's about literally appreciating the minute, down to the minute, and where that you spend with people, that you spend on yourself. And yeah, there's a lot more to come where Adventure Boss is concerned, and it is going to expand into things that you probably wouldn't expect. So look out for the kid. It's your boy, the Adventure Busy.
Thank you. Let me get into the comments right quick. Um, hold on. So Chris says, oh, well, Creative says, LOL, I told you to talk a lot. Chris says, if you want, and this is a quote that he's quoting, he says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And this was by Nikola Tesla. And Creativity says, Amen. Chris, always speak your greatness. Yes, it was solid, interested, and you shared a lot of knowledge.
Sure.
And Creativity says, yeah, life messes with our greatness. She says 1,000%. Time is the most valuable thing in the whole world. So, for those that are still here listening, if you guys have any questions, any comments for Adventure Boss, put it in the comment section before he steps down. I know I've been holding him up for a long time. I just want to say I thank you so much. You say I'm busy, but I know that you're busier. I know you have a lot going on, and I know this is normally the time that you use to start your content, and I know I'm probably like overlapping or interfering in that. So I know that so I'm really grateful for you. Thank you so much for taking that time out of your schedule and your content creation to come over here and do this interview with me. I really appreciate it, and thanks for keeping it very festive. Very, very festive. Thanks for the knowledge that you shared. Yeah, no, real talks. I'm very
Thanks for having
grateful.
me. Goga
Hello,
tribe.
Surviving Men series. Hmm?
Yeah, Goga tribe. I say Goga tribe. Big up Goga. The Goga tribe people them. Aye. Surviving the man them.
Chris says, great interview and I guess thank you. Queens, hello, hello, surviving from the Gogo tribe. Thanks for popping in. East Africa in the building. Bop, 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 bop.
Boom bam.
And Creative says, have a fantastic night, guys. We appreciate both of you. Thank you. Hello again, surviving. I have my interview with Goga tomorrow AM. I'll definitely be tapping into that. I'll be tapping into that. I have to check the time. Goga always has it at 11 a.m. That's at least that's what it translates to Canadian time, Eastern Central time. So I will. What did I miss? Actually, you missed a lot. You have to watch the replay. But this here is Adventure Boss X. His interview. He's a gamer, so we were talking about his gaming channel, but it kind of branched into a lot of goodies. So there's a lot of stuff in terms of algorithm, in terms of content creation, a lot of things in terms of his gaming content, and what he sees for the future. Where he's at right now, where he's trying to invest in terms of like quality for his content, the changes that he's made. There's been a lot that you've missed, so watch the replay and catch up. Whatever comment you have, leave it in the comment section, and if he doesn't see it, I will let him know. I'll rewatch. Thank you very much. Spoken will definitely rewatch. Thank you very much. I appreciate it because his traveling. Well, he's a busy workman. Trust me, he hustles a lot. He hustles a lot. So content creation is just a scratch of the surface of what he be doing over there. So he be doing a lot. Like today, he actually had to. Do you mind me say that? Can I say that? He had to work. I could put that out there. Okay. So he
Yeah,
actually had to
whoa.
work today. He had a busy work shift today, and then that's how it's after work now that he's doing this interview. So he doing overtime. He doing overtime, so that's why I'm letting him know I'm very grateful for this time and stuff like that he took out for this and whatever the case is, and I'm really glad that we were able to get through it and all this good stuff. I really do hope that for the 120 people, the 200 people that has been in here since we started. I hope that you gain some followers from there and they gain some insight. And if not, I hope they circle the block, right? Until they settle in over there. And for whoever else is gonna watch, I really hope that you gain a lot from this. Um, for everybody that came on my channel, I'm gonna do my best to try to make some posts that keeps it fresh for you guys on my community tab to redirect people over there, just to let them do a little briefing. I don't do my thing, you know what I'm saying? How I do it, add a little some pictures and stuff of what your channel represents, and add up your name and stuff like that, and keep that fresh so people know where to go, what to look for, what to expect, and so forth and so on. But again, I thank you guys so very much for being on here. This is Novelty Corner, where we have real talks, spicy topics based on whoever it is that's up on the podium at the moment. So whether you're an entrepreneur, you're a gamer, or you're a crafter, you know what I'm saying? All is welcome. Yep, he's testing out. He's testing.
Yeah, I've never
He
seen
just
this
he
before. Like, what is
he
this?
just learned about these things,
Yo,
so now
what
he
the hell?
he having a moment. We gonna make him have a moment while we talk. But if
I,
there's anybody on here that is watching this that would like to come up on the podium, you would like to be interviewed by me, talk about your channel. You know what I'm saying? I cater my interview directly to you and what you have going on. Don't worry about comfort, because as we go on, trust me, you will feel the comfort. You will get into it. We have real questions. My information is in my bio, so you guys can reach out to me. His information is also going to be in the description here for those coming in. It's also the link that's pinned up. So if you just give it a click, it'll take you right on over to his channel over there. He normally does gaming. Do you want to tell them the time frames that you normally do your gaming sessions? I know it kind of varies for you, but on average, what do they expect?
so Eastern time is is that I did is the owl pop up. You know, it's the graveyard shift, the late night comers, the people them that can't sleep. It's usually midnight, around midnight, going on into the early AMs, because I work I don't work overnight, but I work evenings, nights. So it's after work. I get in yeah, I get in a stream, I jump on, and continue the adventure of a title, a feature title that I'm playing. If that series is done, then I'll play some random games until the next series kicks in. Um, but it's not set in stone. There may be times when I mentioned before that, like, certain times I might work in the morning, so I'll end up streaming at the prime time, which is like that 5 p.m., 6 p.m., going on until like 9 p.m. Sometimes on the weekend. So it's just kind of a thing where you just have to tap in and see as I'm building the channel. And when things get more stable, then I'll be able to make more. I'll be able to make a more stable schedule. But until then, it's just the wild, wild west.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So again, for those asking for his handle, Adventure Boss X, that is his handle. That is his YouTube name, and it's also his Instagram, and basically on any social media that you could think of. Adventure Boss is what it's going to be. He also does his streaming on Twitch. So if you're over there, you go ahead and give him a follow over there as well. And that's about it. We gonna wrap it up. Let me see if I missed any comments before I go. I don't want to leave y'all cold turkey. Creative says he said 12 hours or something. We appreciate you. Thank you. We appreciate you guys even more. Have a great evening, everyone. Can I get his handle too? Okay, I just said that. Oh, there you go. Creativity. She put it in the comment section. So the Adventure Boss X, that's the name. If anybody wants to copy and paste that, again, also the link is there, so you could just click on that, and it's also in the description. It's in the description of this live stream video, so you could, if it ends and you don't get it, you could go there and you could capture it. I'm also going to be putting some more information in terms of contact and his social media handles in the descriptions tomorrow. He's gonna send them to me what he would like to be sent out, and then we're gonna do that up for him so you guys can reach out there. Also, again, Adventure Boss on Instagram. He don't got no post on there, so for now, that's just a way of contact. So y'all could reach out to him if you guys want to collab. Y'all ain't got any clients, whatever the case may be. Holla at him over there. And yeah, and Creativity says she really does. Fair enough. Their handle, yeah, that is his handle. His handle is Adventure Boss X. He is Adventure Boss X.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I am Novelty. He's Adventure Boss X. So again, it's what is pinned in the comment section. Creativity also. She posted it there. I seen it in the comment section where it says Adventure Boss X. And again, it's also in the description. And look out for the community tabs because for everybody that has done an interview with me, I'm going to be working on some community posts that highlights them and their channel. Because I don't want it to just be a one time and done thing. Y'all come through and then that's it. Nobody hears back from anything. I want it to be a recurring thing, to shout you guys out, just so out of appreciation for you guys being here, and hopefully to also help push out your content even more in the algorithm. So I will be doing some posts, so look out for that. So if you miss it, it's gonna be up and about. Okay, everywhere you blink, it's gonna be there. All right. Okay. Again, oh, Abide is here. Abide, you're late. Evelyn,
Bye.
and good night.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
having me
you.
so much. Thank you so much. You the best. You're the real boss, Make them know say you're the real boss, Corner. How them
You're so
feel like?
extra.
Yo,
You're so
go to
extra.
ramp with novelty.
Tell them it's all love.
Creativity. Yo, you the best. Yo, Chris, large up yourself. You're done. No, I appreciate you guys surviving, man. I just running into you right now, and abide, cool now. Catch up on the thing.
And classic.
When you can,
And don't
Thank you
forget
guys so much for
classic
having me. Thank you,
and city
thank you for your time.
bumper. All
Thank
right.
you.
Bye guys. I would redirect you guys, but nobody is on. Nobody's available. Nobody's available right now. So yeah. Until next time. Bye.